Good morning. It is time to start our second day of workshop. I hope you had an enjoyable evening here in Cologne. Temperature was pleasant, if not to say hot, and then the evening is so long that you hardly stay inside. So I hope you really enjoyed. And before the long evening, I hope you enjoyed and you take advantage also of the meet the expert session that we run between 4 and approximately 5:30. Probably something went too long, but from the feedback I heard, everything ran smoothly. So thank you to all also for making this working well. Program of today. Today we will talk a lot about available guidance. We will start with what the Part IS task force is working on. And then we will continue with the latest guidelines that we have that have been issued on oversight approach. And here there will be the possibility also to ask questions and ask clarification. After coffee, there will be an interesting session on the recently I wouldn't say issued, sent out for consultation, this document mapping of EU cybersecurity rules applicable to the aviation sector is an attempt to map requirements from NIS2, Part IS and aviation security regulation, and to see how they can ensure the same level of protection. We are not talking of legal equivalency because it would be a very difficult conversation. And we will hear how this document is organized. This document is currently out for consultation until 14th of July, and we have shared it with all advisory bodies of all the three interested group of stakeholders. Aviation safety, so EASA advisory bodies, the SAGAS, the aviation security stakeholders group, and also the NIS cooperation group, because it is important also to have the point of view of the NIS authorities. This will lead us until lunch. After lunch, we will have again a Q&A session. This time, we will have our director flight standards, Jesper Rasmussen, attending the session. So if you have difficult questions, ask them in the morning or after he left. No, ask them whenever you want. But I think it is important also for him to have a clear sense of where we stand, and particularly where the industry stands in respect of Part IS implementation. And then we will conclude the day with a presentation on the upcoming guidance material, for which the commenting period has ended in May, and where now we are reviewing the comments. After the afternoon coffee break, there will be the second session of Meet the Expert, which is the possibility again to discuss topics with with our colleagues that can help and solve what you're doing. And now, without much further ado, I would like, I need to remind you that you have to submit or you can submit your question online. Slido is exactly the same as yesterday, so if you didn't close the tab or the app, it should still be there. And so now I would like to introduce you the speakers of the first session. The Part IS task force is the group of authorities that is working together to achieve an harmonized implementation of Part IS and the smooth one since March 2023. So now it is 2 years and a half that we are working, and I have to say this is a very successful example of good collaboration between authorities and the other. And I'm happy to give the floor to the chair lady of our group, Hortensia Caballero from EASA Spain. Hortensia, please.
Thank you, Andrea. Good morning for all of you, the ones that you are connected online and the ones that you are in this room. As a chair of the Part IS Task Force, I am glad to show you the progress of this work group that is combined for all the authorities across the member states. Our latest progress and collective effort that we are developing to enhance the aviation cybersecurity oversight across Europe. We are approaching to the applicability dates of implementation. So in this session, I will show you the key achieved challenges and the next step to reaching our common goal is building a resilient cybersecurity ecosystem. Sorry. So as Jan Andrea mentioned, for those who doesn't know about this task force, as you can see in the slide, Part IS Task Force started its journey in 2023, and we continue till at least 2026. From the last workshop that we had in November 2024, we have increased the number of competent authorities participating. The group now brings together 28 competent authorities and key institutional actors as EASA, European Commission, and EASA. This diverse group allows us to combine expertise, perspective, and operational realities. Together, we are working for more harmonized and an effective regulatory environment. Now, we have structured our work, or how we are structured our work, around this enhanced cooperation mechanism. Through monthly coordination, we address policy clarification, share regulatory practices, and ensure the information flows across the national authorities. This builds a framework for a proportionate and unified approach. Well, let's now highlight the three key outcomes from, and I would like to remark, our collective and voluntary effort of the work group made by the task force. The first one that I have here in the slide is the practical guidance for ISO 27001 certified organization. This guidance is a document to integrate Part IS requirements into existing ISMS. Second, the standard process for organization to apply for derogations. Here you can find a supporting a consistent and transparent regulatory process. And the number three is the most recently document delivered is the Part IS oversight approach, a standardized oversight model for authorities and for the industry, providing or trying to provide operational clarity in order to address this first part of the implementing Part IS for the applicability date. These tools or these documents address immediate needs, while also we consider also preparing the sector for medium and long-term compliance as well. Now, how this document Yeah. Now, how we can map these documents with the competent authority key processes regarding implementation of PAR-IS. Here, in this slide, you have the main processes that you are going to apply or to implement PAR-IS regulation. First, we have the applicability date, where the organizations that are in the scope of the implementation of PAR-IS will submit the SMM manual and the change management process for approval. Then, in case you are an organization that maybe you are not imposing information security risk with potential impact on safety, then you are going to apply for a derogation to your authorities. In case you are maybe a new organization or you are considering to start a new activity, maybe you will apply for a new certification. After that, after the implementation, I could say these two last phases, after the implementation, you are going to be under the continuous oversight and the change management process. In this case, in the change management process, the authority will be part of the change cycle to guarantee the security for safety of the whole process. So mapping the competent authority key processes and the documents already delivered. Sorry, because it's too small and maybe you can not identify the specific document. That's why I included the numbers. The numbers, you can have a link with the previous slide. In case we are approaching to applicability date, the 3 documents already delivered will guide you through this process. In case you are an organization already certified in 2071, you could apply this document in order to complement your existing ISMS and to complement your already information security manual. In case you are an organization that is under the derogation requirement, you can apply or you can guide your derogation process according to the document already delivered. And for number 3, you have the initial oversight approach. There you can find all the information needed in order to implement the SMS at a present and suitable maturity level. In case you are a derogation, you just apply for a derogation. As I mentioned before, you have the guidance material. And in case you are a new organization that will apply for a certification, in case you are already 27,001 organization certified, you have the document complementing on with the PAR-IS that you need to comply with. And in case of derogation, and the last one, the initial oversight approach as well. Okay, beyond compliance, in the work group, we are also focused on capacity building. Our main initiatives include the development of an assessment tool. With this tool, we are going to support the organizations or the authorities in order to track and check the implementation trajectory of organizations. Ongoing policy clarification to reach a common understanding and align interpretations. And targeted inspector training. We are going to develop the National Authority Inspector Training Model with the EASA collaboration to build a standardized oversight across member states. This is not just technical work, as you can consider with the previous document, it's as well a strategic enablement. But of course, we face challenges as well. Harmonizations remain as an ongoing effort. Divergences in implementation still persist, requiring stronger coordination among the authorities. Also, integrating Part IS with existing cybersecurity and aviation regulatory framework, while essential, adds complexity as well. And like many areas, cybersecurity expertise is in high demand, as you know. Limited resources and specialist knowledge remains a concern for many authorities. These are structural issues that requires strategic attention at national and at EU level. Finally, the other point I would like to present you is our strategic way forward, our priorities. First, supporting authorities and the industry as they prepare for the applicability date, using the guidance material that we are already delivered, encouraging authorities to adopt the initial oversight model, and describing the ISMS maturity at operating level is our next step. Integrating the EU cybersecurity regulatory mapping into our aviation context is our next challenge. And last but not least, promoting the experience sharing mechanisms between authorities to refine our collective approach. In conclusion, we are enabling the aviation sector to navigate in an increasing cybersecurity threat atmosphere with a shared, a structured, and a standardized approach. So thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have, or maybe continue discussion in a later stage. Now I pass the floor to my colleague, Mario Leni, that he will go deeper into the tools and guidance documents that we already mentioned in this presentation. Thank you.
So thank you. Hello again. This slide you have seen probably yesterday. I showed you something more. So now I will show you, that's what I spoiled yesterday about the tool. I promised, and I hope it will be successful. As Hortensia said, I'm also a member of the task force, and it was an idea to develop the tool even last year. I showed you a teaser. At this time, it was an alpha test. It was not completed. And as it is sometimes in winter, it hibernated. And it was an initiative of Hortensia that she said, okay, what about the tool? Do you want to do something? And okay, said, yes, we will. Then I asked somebody, okay, who will help me? And it was still Alexander. So in this case, this tool has been developed right on a private initiative from Alexander Eckert and myself. The support is coming from our authorities because they allowed that we put our man hours into this tool. But no under support, and it's also not an official EASA tool at the moment. What is about? We have this initial threshold of present and suitable. We discussed it yesterday, and we will see it in the next slides, that it is necessary that to have the ISMS up and running, you need to be present and suitable. How to show that you are present and suitable? First of all, and this is one of the requirements before the applicability date, before you apply, you should send out a report of your internal compliance monitoring function on this. because your internal compliance monitoring function should show that you are compliant, because this is a requirement in the manual. As I remember, one of the requirements in the manual says, okay, you have to give us a procedure, how do you stay compliant to Part AS? And this will be one of these parts. So at the first, your internal compliance monitoring function needs to have a tool, a checklist or something that they show compliance, or to show suitable and present if you go for the maturity. But the authorities itself, and now I'm tracing the authorities, they also need checklists. We're all living on checklists, yeah? And this means, but this checklist can also be electronically. Yeah, we all know checklists, Word files or something where we can tick boxes or run things. But we are IT guys. And as IT guys, we said, okay, we don't want to tick boxes with my pencil and just scan it in, not to be able to do it. And this is the idea we had. If the slide will change. No. Oh, too far. Our idea was we have Part IS, we have the requirements of Part IS. These requirements we put into the tool. This was already foreseen. And then came these oversight guidelines. And in the oversight guidelines, we have the questions, because the first idea, what we are thinking about during the hibernation, was how we can design the questions to show present and suitable. So we said, okay, but we have them now because we have a checklist in the guidance material. So the idea was to move the questions of the guidance material into these two. And this is what we did. Or what the questions, partly what did it. But how, I will tell you now, give you now a show how this tool works. And I will be happy during the break or whatever to give a show on the tool itself. You have two possibilities. If you are in maturity mode, you can assess yourself maturity. You will see it's present or effective. Here we, in this case, this is the old screen. We were not able to change the pictures on the presentation because this tool is brand new. It has been developed just 2 days, 2 days before. That was the old side. But here you can show if your maturity level, and it looks like this. This is just a show. At the moment, we have only present and suitable, because operative and effective, if you look at the guidance material, says to be done and later on. So we don't have even these questions, but you assess it and then you write down why you think you are present, suitable, whatever it is. It is like if anybody of you is also addicted with the EASA to fill their checklist. So the EASA is doing the same approach with their EU survey. They use EU survey for this, and then you say, okay, you have to explain why you are present and suitable. In this sense, I have to tell you that the tool itself, I have not prepared all the questions. I have prepared only the questions for 240 as a first thing, but it will be done within the next 2 or 3 weeks. So by end of July, we will have full of the questions. Nevertheless, the tool is fully usable in compliance mode, because we have 2 modes. We have maturity mode, so we can say present and suitable, effective, whatever it is, even for the next years. Or if you like more compliance, because the rule says you have to show compliance to the specific rules. Yeah. And you have to be present and suitable. So you can switch between compliance mode and maturity mode. In compliance mode is fully workable, so all of the requirements are in, and all of this and then you can just tick, yes, I'm compliant, I'm not compliant. This is a tool for your internal compliance monitoring function. If you are questioning why we said it's non-compliant, unsatisfactory, because your compliance monitoring function can say, yeah, this is unsatisfactory. Yeah, it's a matter of, yeah, anytime you do an audit, you will raise internal findings, whatever it is. So this is a tool for your compliance monitoring function as it is. These are the functions of the tool. Now, what was our approach? Our approach is, as I said in November, it's an open source software. It is license free. It does not need an internet connection. It is an HTML block, which is about the size of this tool is less than one picture on your iPhone. It's about 7,200 kilobytes, is 7.2 megabyte. It can be sent via email. It can be put on your local drive. So there is no need for extra software. The security itself, if you download the tool, this tool is, and here you will receive the latest version is the first beta test version here on this GitHub, and you download the tool. This tool, which you download from my GitHub, is free of viruses and Trojans. Don't think I'm not in the NSA, so I do not watch your progress. Yeah, we get everything been done. But also these first beta releases, and then I will switch back. The first beta releases are fully open. You can edit all the text. Yeah, so we already kept the editor open. So if you wish, if the question which is probably mainly coming from the guidance material, is not sufficient to your organization, you want to have another question, you can edit the text. No problem. So this is a tool which is open, and it's working independently. It's working independently without any. The only thing you need is a browser. At the moment, it works on PCs. We are working on if there is interest to make it workable on an iPad or something as well. Unfortunately, Google Android is not so easy to get it done, and iPad has some restrictions to work directly on HTMLs. But how to save your effort? So if you type in everything and you see on the right-hand corner, there's this red bullet. And if you press the red bullet, every time you press the red bullet, he saves a copy on the same on your drive, which normally download on your standard drive. He saves a copy. So every time you make a download, you have a kind of history. So if you are not sure or whatever it is, then you can go back, delete everything which is younger, and start again. So this is a very easy form of historization, that every time you are saving, you get a new file at the moment you are saved this file. And then you can you can send the file via email to your safety manager, you can send, or to your information security manager, whatever it is. So this is fully accessible. It works on all browsers. I tried it on all the browsers under the Microsoft environment. It works fully. But I would be very interested to get, because it's a beta test release, so it's working, but it's very essential for us to get feedback from your side. That's why I would like to give the feedback either to me on my email. You have the email already in the presentation, or you drop your feedback on the GitHub if you're more interested, because there is a command function and everything is in there. The GitHub itself is public. So it's public to everybody. You can download everything, but by the way, you cannot upload. Yeah? It's only mine and Alexander's tool there, but you can comment it. And I would be happy to open here this community, because whenever you're interested in developing the tool, if you want to see, okay, we want to get a new function, something like I want to get it on an iPad, or we are thinking about, I got some comments from my inspectors. I said, but if everything is open, we do not trust the industry, then they will change the requirement text. And I said, but the requirement text cannot, it's just, no. So you see, there are certain things where people wanted to get this tool being used. So you can use this tool by now. Please contact your authority or all authorities which are listening. Think about if this is the tool. It's, from my point of view, it's not mandatory. If you have already an electronic system where you press your button and say, okay, we are compliant, it's fine. but we are thinking about the small and medium enterprises. They don't have so much IT, so they can use these. And even if they are able to use a browser like Microsoft Edge or the Google browser or any browser, yeah, they can use this tool as well. There is also a help file in there where you can put these in. And as I said, it's easy to do. Every time you save a new copy of this file. Take the youngest copy, and if you're not happy with, take the other copy. We will put the link of this of the GitHub account into the chat. And if there is a group of interest, I'm happy also to show it during the breaks to see how to get this. So in this case, the tool is released. Yeah, feel happy to use it, and I would be very happy to receive feedback from your side how we can develop the tool further on.
Thank you, Mario.
No question.
We continue with the agenda. There will be time for questions on what has been presented now, for sure after lunch, or if time allows, also after the next presentation before lunch break. Now, I would like to call on podium my colleague Juan Anton. Juan now is senior expert containing airworthiness. You need to know that he was the one behind the development of Part AS. So he was leading the team and moving the first step for this regulation. So he is very much hands-on, and you have already heard yesterday how knowledgeable he is. His last contribution for Part AS implementation was to lead the subgroup that developed the guidance on oversight. Juan, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. So what I'm going to talk about this session is the oversight approach. The oversight approach, which has been developed by a task force, and it was already presented in the first presentation by the chair of the task force, Hortensia. Just in case you have any comments later linked to that presentation, there was a step called certification, okay? Now, we don't certify formally the Part IS implementation, okay? If you are a new organization asking for an EASA approval and ISMS is part of it, then there is a certification like any new application. But we don't certify Part IS. What the competent authority has to approve is the first version of the exposition, and we leave to the authority how they prefer to do it, and the procedure for changes, okay? So the change procedure has to be approved by the authority. So, okay, now having that in mind, so let's start with the presentation. Basically, the presentation is going to take, I don't know, 35, 40 minutes maximum, and we will have like 20 minutes for questions and answers. So, well, you already know that this document is available on the cybersecurity community in the website. It's the one developed by a task force. There are three main elements or three main sections there. The first part of the document is what are the key steps in ISMS implementation, how you establish the foundation, and how you become operational. Okay. Second thing is how we are going to do the oversight, what we are going to ask as a competent authority, not only EASA, but also this is policy for all the national authorities. Of course, they will adapt it to their needs, and there may be slight changes, but this is guidance for all the authorities. So the second part is how we are going to do the oversight, what we are going to ask from the organizations before the applicability date, and when we intend to review the manuals and when we intend to do the audits. And the third portion of the document is what was discussed yesterday about proportionality. It was already presented yesterday. The three main elements driving complexity of an organization, where they are in the landscape, the complexity of the hierarchical layers and the communication inside the organization and the information data that they use and all those systems and how they interface with external partners. So regarding the first steps and how you implement ISMS, you can see here on the left side all the requirements in Part IS. It says I and /D because we have two rules, implementing and delegated. So, but basically they are identical for the organizational requirements, or except some slight changes in Part IS. Now, first, we want to focus on the ISMS foundation. When the organizations start establishing the structure, deciding who are the responsible persons, making sure that those people are competent, the people who are going to be involved, creating the procedures, setting the procedures for internal reporting and external reporting, how they are going to do the assessments, risk assessments, how they are going to respond to events. So all that is the foundation. So when it says high, it means that this is an essential element in the initial phase, okay? And by initial phase, you will see later, we mean present and suitable phase, okay? Now, during the foundation, there are some areas where you can see there in background. Doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything. It means you have to create the procedures, but those elements or those requirements are not really operating. Those are requirements that are going to operate later, and you are going to get results from them. So during the foundation phase, the present and suitable is more about establishing the procedures for those elements, okay? Now, when you move into ISMS operation, is when those elements take precedence, when you are already working, you are already delivering results, you are already doing risk assessments, you are already reviewing how effective the measures are, and you are continuously providing feedback to the system. So this is just guidance, okay? You will see later when we go into the details about the oversight. So this is just an idea of what is more important in the first phase and what is more important is in the second phase. Now, here in this slide, and one thing very important here, which is different from SMS. In SMS, you remember we had an MSAT, a maturity management system assessment tool. We don't have that for ISMS. And we have separated, we have made a distinction between implementation levels and maturity levels, okay? And you will see later why, okay? One of the reasons is maturity systems are already several in the outside, in the industry. Different organizations are using different maturity systems. And one thing is the implementation. Another thing is the maturity once you reach the effective phase. Okay, so I'm going to explain that. So these are implementation levels. One question we received very often was what level we have to achieve to be compliant with the rule. And the question is, to be fully compliant with the rule, you have to reach the green line. This is when it says full compliance threshold. So we consider that the organization has reached full compliance once it has implemented Part IS at present, suitable, and fully operational level. And this has been checked by the authority. So now, we are not going to ask organizations to be fully compliant on the applicability date, because if the rule does not apply, you cannot start working and you cannot deliver results. So we cannot say that you can be fully operational by the applicability date. So first, we are going to focus on initial compliance. And this is where we say you have to be at present and suitable level. And one very important thing, you have to be ready to start operating. It's not just the procedures. Okay, so we will see that later. So the red line is where we are going to focus the oversight at the beginning. And this red line is where the guidance produced by the task force in this document has been developed so far, because all what you have in that document is for the present, suitable, and ready to start operating. It does not cover the checking of the full operational phase. This will come later, and we are going to start working after summer in the task force to deliver further guidance. Okay? Now, at a certain point, you will be fully operational. As you will see, we don't expect to check full operability probably until 2027. Maybe even later. We will see how it goes. The guidance that has been developed is with the idea that we check the red line, present, suitable, and ready to start operating, and we complete the process of reviewing by the authorities during 2026. Okay? But full operability will come later. Okay, now at a certain point, you will reach the effective phase. And the effective phase is when the continuous improvement requirements of Part IS kick in. Okay, because now you are fully compliant. So once you reach full compliance is when the organization can start applying the continuous improvement requirements from Part IS. So, and this is where the concept of maturity levels kick in. And I will show you that in a minute. But the important thing about compliance, you have it in this slide. It's initial compliance and full compliance. And this is what we call implementation levels. I already mentioned that, so this is a description of what I just described. The present and suitable levels are the foundation in the first slide. The operating level is the ISMS operation elements. And the effective level is once you start the continuous improvement. Okay. Now, to support this continuous improvement is where we have introduced the concept of maturity. Okay? At this point is when you have the rule says, or the guidance material says, you have to choose a maturity model. Maturity model from those which you have in this slide. This slide comes from the guidance material. You see it on the top. There are different maturity models described in this guidance. There are more maturity models which exist, which you can use. So you choose one of them. And the guidance says, once you reach full operability and you go into the effective phase, and you have to start continuous improvement, you have to choose one of them or a different one and decide where you are in that system. So you are already fully compliant. You check the maturity model you choose, and you, for example, come to the conclusion that you are somewhere between implemented and managed. Because now, you should not be in the initial phase. If you are already fully compliant, something is wrong, okay? So if we have already assessed the organization as really fully compliant, present, suitable, and operational, if you do the assessment at that point and you come to the conclusion that you are in the initial, something is wrong. Okay, so probably you are somewhere between implemented and managed. And you have to try to move further in that maturity model that you have chosen, okay, to continuously improve. Obviously, you can use those models before reaching the effective phase. You can use them already. But this is not required by the rule. In the guidance material, it says you only need to do it at the time you reach the effective phase and you start with the continuous improvement. Yes. Clear? Okay. Now, what are the responsibilities of the organizations? I mean, the fact that we are going to give more time to do the inspections, review the manuals, do the audits, doesn't mean that you don't have to apply the rule by the applicability date. So the rule applies when it applies. So the responsibility of each organization is to have a system implemented at present and suitable level by the applicability date. And you have to do a self-assessment to check that before that date, because you will have to submit it to the authority before that date. And you have to start operating immediately after the applicability date. We are not saying that you have to be fully operational on the applicability date, because you will need time to start producing results. But you have to start operating. You have to be ready to operate on the applicability date. So present, suitable, and ready to start operating. This is your responsibility as an organization. Some organizations will apply for derogations. If the derogation is approved by the authority, what you have on the top is not applicable, at least not for the time the derogation has been approved, because the derogation is not for life. The derogation is only for a period of time, maybe an oversight cycle, maybe until you change your scope of approval, because then you will have to do a revaluation, whether your risks have changed, okay? So it's not an approval for derogation forever. So this is the responsibility of the organizations. Now, the second question is when we are going to do the audits and when the authorities are going to do the audits and check everything. Obviously depends on when you send the material. We as EASA and the authorities on their side, we all are telling the organizations, please submit certain information by a given date, so we can have time to review it, okay? We know some organizations will meet those deadlines, other organizations will send the information later. And that's why we have put some provisions to give flexibility for that. So this is what I already explained. So nothing new in this slide. Now, what are we going to ask the organizations to send to the competent authority by the applicability date? And remind one thing, this is what the guidance says. This guidance was developed by a task force. Nevertheless, some authorities may introduce certain deviations to exactly what they are asking, okay? So just in case you will have a surprise, maybe they don't ask for some of those elements. In EASA, we are going to ask for all of them for organizations approved by EASA. So we are going to ask for the first version of the Information Security Management Manual. This manual can be integrated into the existing expositions. And we are going to produce guidance, at least for maintenance organizations and some others, on how to integrate that. You have to submit the procedure for changes to the Information Security Management System that you want to approve yourself without asking prior approval from the authority. This procedure typically is part of the exposition because you already have a procedure for changes. The third element is an initial risk assessment, where you define the elements affected by Part IS in your organization and the interfaces with other organizations. This gives an idea to the competent authority how complex is your organization. It also gives us an idea of how well you have understood the rule. So it's a good thing to start reviewing the implementation of Part IS, okay? And the fourth element is a self-assessment done by the organization. Self-assessment, and the checklist is in the next slide, so it's quite simple. So, and in the tool is the checklist transferred to the tool. So everything is aligned, hopefully. So the fourth element is the internal compliance monitoring activity. So your compliance monitoring function has to check that you actually have implemented Part IS at present, suitable and ready to start operating. Now you have to tell us if any of those elements or any elements of the checklist of the tool or the tool you have not reached the present and suitable level, and when you are planning to do it, and when the corrective action, and what is the corrective action. Because we cannot approve the manual until you have reached that. So we have to check. And it also gives us an idea on how your compliance monitoring system works. So if you come saying, I'm fully compliant with everything, I'm present, suitable, and ready to start operating, and we do the audit, and we find a lot of discrepancies, one of the conclusions may be your compliance monitoring system doesn't really work, and maybe we don't approve so many changes in the change procedure because the change procedure is based on the confidence we have on your compliance monitoring system, okay? So everything is interlinked. So this is what we are going to ask the organizations. Some authorities will ask for this 3 months in advance, others will say 4 months in advance. So now, this is a copy of the checklist. In the next 4 or 5 slides is in the document. So you have it in the guidance published on the website. There you have the requirements of the rule are not in the order of the rule. They are more in the order of practical implementation. So obviously the first thing you are going to do is establish the organizational structure and the nominated persons and deciding what are the responsibilities and the reporting lines. So here you see on the right side 2 columns. One column called ISMM review and one column called audit. The idea is that this gives an indication on what the authority probably is going to check when reviewing the exposition and the manual, and what probably has to be done by a physical audit or remote audit of the organization. Okay, so one thing is the procedures, another thing is checking the organization. So that's why we have created 2 columns. And the reason is to give flexibility to do the review of the manuals and the procedures and delay a bit, if it is needed, the audit, because we want to make sure the authorities are able to integrate the audit of your ISMS, maybe in other oversight activities they have already planned. So if the rule applies in February next year for some organization, maybe the review of the manuals can be done before or shortly after the applicability date. But maybe the audit of the organization will take place in June or in July because the authority has already planned an audit on the organization 4 months later. And maybe that audit contains already SMS. So it makes sense to check ISMS at the same time. And maybe the authority has planned to check compliance with NIST directive or AFSEC. So maybe it makes sense that they go at the same time to check NIST, AFSEC, and Part IS. So that's the reason why we give flexibility to audit the organization, okay? Now, I will not go through all the questions, obviously, if you can read them later. just one word of caution, or just one thing is, let me check, because there was one place where, okay, so this slide. You see the paragraph A, not the first paragraph A, the second paragraph A. It says, has a formal process for information security risk management been established? And you have a dot in the ISMM review. Here at the bottom, you have the same requirement, but with the dot in audit. This was because of the changes we were introducing in the document based on the comments. Probably with one line would have been sufficient with two dots. Okay, one dot in the audit and one dot in the ISMM. So you see that the requirement is repeated. This is just a formatting thing. This is a typo. It's not only in the slide, it's also in the document published on the website. Okay, but it's not wrong. Okay, so it's just that certain things are checked in the manual and certain things are checked in the audit. So just a word of caution if somebody says, oh, it's repeated. Well, it's not repeated because the column is not the same. So anyway, one thing very important here. This checklist is for present, suitable, and ready to start operating. Okay? So most of the questions here are linked to establishing the procedures, making sure that they are proportional to the organization, and all that. Certain elements are there to check that you are ready to start operating. It's not just present suitable. We want to make sure you are ready to start operating, even if you are not operational, fully operational yet. And for example, you see the last two elements there. Has the organization developed a framework or policy for trustworthiness, to check trustworthiness depending on the criticality of the systems they access? Maybe you have created the process, but have you done it? Has the staff been evaluated for trustworthiness so you can start operating? So this is something that we have to check at least during the audit. And maybe you are not 100%, but okay, you have to check for trustworthiness. The same for competence. I mean, if you have defined who is responsible for what and they are not competent, you cannot start operating. So this is something we will check. The same for the information security policy. Maybe you have established the policy and the objectives. Have you communicated it? Is the staff aware of the policy? So this is something we will check. Okay, so now we go in this checklist, as I said, is for the purpose of the organizations to know what they have to self-assess in the organization when they do the self-assessment and send it to the authorities, but it's also for the authorities as a checklist when doing the audits and reviewing the manuals. Okay, so, and this goes into the tool presented by Mario. Now we come to the investigation by the authority, where we have tried to give flexibility. Flexibility, which is also useful for the organizations, it's not only for the authorities. So the idea is that first we focus on the review of the manuals, the exposition, the procedure for changes. And we will use the risk assessment and the self-assessment by the organization as supporting documentation for that. So we say, okay, in a perfect world, if we receive everything in advance and the authority has enough capacity, maybe the authority is ready to review the manuals and the procedure for changes and agree with everything by the applicability date. But most likely will not happen with everybody. So that's why we have contingency plans later. Okay. The second phase is the audit of the organization using the second column of the table that we saw before. Okay. And this is where we say it can be done later, during the oversight cycle, integrated with other audit activities. Some authority may say, well, we are not comfortable approving the manual before we do the audit. It's up to the authority. Okay? But in the guidance, we have said, no matter what happens, the organization can continue operating as normal until the process is completed. So if the process is not completed until 6 months after the applicability date, in the meantime, you operate normal. We don't impose limitations. We don't cancel the approval, obviously, unless the authority does not discover something really bad. Okay? So, what are the cases the authority can face depending on when they receive the information from the organization? Okay? So, the first case is the perfect world. Okay? So, the authority receives those documents well in advance. The authority has enough time to review it. The organization addresses the findings or the discrepancies, and the authority is ready to approve the manual and the change procedure before the applicability date. Now, there is a legal question. Can the authority approve a manual before an applicability date? I mean, I suppose you can always say this procedure applies on the applicability date and approve it before. So we don't see a problem. So this is the perfect world. Later, during the oversight cycle, the authority will be checking the second column of the table, the audit of the organization, in order to check for present, suitable, and ready to start operating. Okay? And once everything is done, you have reached the red line in the first slide, present, suitable, and ready to start operating. Okay? Now, second case. Not so perfect world. You still submit the documents before the applicability date, but maybe for DOS, you have been requested to send documents maybe in the middle of July, but this is not written in the rule. Maybe you come a bit later. Maybe the authority doesn't have enough time to review it. Some organizations may not react and they will send the documents 1 week before the applicability date. So in those cases, the authority is not in a position to review everything by the applicability date. It's not a problem. You can continue operating as normal. The authority can continue reviewing the documents, and they will approve them, the manual and the change procedure, when everything is ready. And the audit can be integrated later during the oversight cycle. Now, the fact that the audit can be integrated later doesn't mean that it can be done 3 years after applicability date. Okay, so it's not the intention. We would like to make sure that the audits take place in a reasonable time after applicability date. And reasonable depends on each authority, but maybe reasonable is within 2026 for those where the rule applies in February next year. Okay, but will depend on each authority. Should not be delayed for years. Okay. Now, third case, and this is based on experience with SMS. Some organizations will not open the mouth by the applicability date, no matter how many times we remind them. They will not send the documents. They will not tell what are their intentions. We will not know whether they will surrender the approval or not, because they don't want to apply ISMS. So in those cases, if we don't receive the documents by the applicability date, we open directly a level 2 finding. Okay? It's not a level 1 finding, it's a level 2 finding, but you know that the level 2 finding can be shorter than 3 months. So at least, yeah, it can be extended, it can be shorter, but the idea is if we don't hear anything, we open a level 2 finding and we can say if we don't hear anything in 2 weeks, we will start the process of negative decisions. But it depends on each authority. So we hope that you are not in this case, because then we need to do something, okay? So it's important that you send something, and something good, okay? Because if we start reviewing and we start a ping pong, it will be very bad for the confidence we have in your compliance monitoring system, okay? So now the rule says the first version of the manual has to be approved by the authority. The method used by the authority is up to the authority. Maybe it's a letter, maybe it's an email, maybe it's something with a stamp. We leave it to each authority. But the first version of the manual needs to be approved. If you integrate the procedures in an existing exposition, the authority only has to check those procedures, not the full manual, of course. Okay? The second thing that needs to be approved is the change procedure. And as I said, we leave it to the authority the way they want to formally approve it, okay? So it's up to the authority to decide how they do it. Just be reminded that one of the reasons why we ask for the initial risk assessment and the self-assessment is linked to this. Because if the compliance monitoring check that you did in the organization is really bad, and we don't have confidence on the system, you cannot expect the authority to approve a change procedure so you can approve changes without asking the authority before, okay? Now, regarding the change procedure, the rule does not put any limitations on what can be included in the procedure for changes, as long as it is approved by the authority. But the guidance says certain changes are more critical than others. And this is in the guidance material. So there are changes where the guidance material says these changes are more important and some scrutiny should be done by the authority. Now, it doesn't mean we cannot approve them. It means that in order to approve them, we really need to have a lot of confidence in your system. And the experience has to be very good. So maybe certain changes are not approved by the authority. I mean, that you do by yourself, okay? As it was said before, the guidance for the operational phase will come later. And for proportionality, it was explained yesterday by Mario, so this is just a reminder, the 3 elements which are driving proportionality. And as it was said yesterday, they are independent. One organization can be complex for the first, but not complex for the other 2, or the other way around, or complex for the 3 or non-complex for the 3. So that's also in the document. So I will not cover this here because it was explained yesterday. And then just to finish, the last slide, findings. The level of findings, how the authority, how much time you are given, whether an extension is possible, for how long, the handling of corrective action plans and all that is not described in Part IS. It's described in your existing rule. Okay, so we follow the same criteria as you already have in the existing rules, so nothing changes. So this gives also flexibility to the authority to decide for how long they open the finding, whether they extend it or not, and what they are asking for. Okay, so I believe this was the last slide. So if you have questions, I think we have like 20 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, we have time for some questions from the floor, directly to Juan on this topic. So microphones are coming. Over to you.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Very helpful. Now?
Yeah.
So thank you for the presentation. A quick question for organizations that may already have other forms of regulations, could be internal, other policies, and existing monitoring activities well established. I'm trying to, for that scenario, what would be the best submission for the upcoming deadline? Because we may not have implemented the ISMS risk assessment. And that's something that on a to-do list, you know, for let's say after we go into operations. Is that an acceptable answer or?
I mean, what we are asking before the applicability date is that you send a preliminary risk assessment. So it's not the full risk assessment that you are supposed to do once the rule becomes applicable. But at least we want to know, and we want to know what are your main interfaces, the interfaces that you have evaluated in your organization, with which organizations you are dealing with, and where you are sharing risks or maybe sharing risks. And we want to know what are your critical systems, I mean, all the elements and assets you have. So it's a preliminary assessment, okay? So this is important for us. Yes, Mario?
I will add something. I think you were talking about that you already had an system running.
But let's say we have ISO 27,001.
Yes, okay, yeah, that's what I expected. So if you have an ISO 27001 system running, then it doesn't mean that you restart your risk assessment because you have a risk assessment running for years. What we are expecting then, that you're covering the safety issues. So go to the guideline for the ISO 27001, and then we will look where is your safety impact, because ISO 27001 doesn't have this. So this preliminary risk assessment does not mean that you have to throw away everything and start from scratch. So you use already your system you have. Use also your SMS risk assessment and show us that you in the SMS have integrated your ISMS, or if you have an ISMS, that you have integrated safety. Yeah. So this is what we wanted to see. So not trashing existing things.
Thank you, Mario. Just one reminder, the fact that you have an ISO 27000 system in your organization maybe doesn't cover the full perimeter of the EASA approval, so there may be areas which are not covered. So, and the other thing is that maybe the risks that you have identified and the conclusions you have under ISO 27000 needs to be reviewed because you have accepted certain risks for business, but those risks cannot be accepted for safety. Okay, so.
A question for you, Juan. I have 3 questions, in fact. The first one is about, I like very much the first presentation, reminding us that it's a safety regulation. And we are now speaking about ISMS. And ISMS means Information Security Management System. So we are losing the safety vision here. And my question is, in a big organization, ISMS is covering all systems of the organization for information security risk. So if we are still speaking about safety here, we must be a little bit careful. We should maybe not call it ISMS because it's giving it's ISMS for those systems we impact flight safety.
Okay,
See?
so
And that, if we miss that, we confuse people in some way.
okay, so that's the first one. The second one.
The second one is about your initial risk assessment. Now I understand better because you say it's preliminary because you want to know ABCD, but ABCD for me is not a risk assessment, it's a description. Here again, I was a little bit lost about what you want exactly, because if you want a risk assessment, you want a green light from the operator saying, for me, I am fine.
Okay. So,
Okay. If you want a description of all those elements on which I have my risk assessment, then you want description of all my systems, and maybe you ask too much.
Okay.
Because it's even confidential.
And the third one?
And the third one is about the grandfather rights. When we speak about interfaces, for instance, of course, we are connected with many other organizations for years, okay? So we have an idea of the risk, but maybe we don't have made the proper documentation, the proper way we would like to now manage better the interfaces to make sure each interface is identified and assessed.
Okay.
So you see, the point here is, I think this is clear with your presentation because you mentioned very well the operation of your processes, but we are in a living world where we have already many things in place, but not at the right place.
Okay.
You see?
Fine. So, okay. So regarding the first question on the ISMS and the link to safety, I mean, we don't need to put safety in the name of the ISMS. I mean, the link to safety is established everywhere in Part IS and in the cover regulation. So we made clear that everything is related to the impact on safety, is everywhere in the rule, is everywhere in the guidance. So I hope nobody misses that because we have repeated it 1,000 times. So the fact that it is called ISMS and the word safety is not there is not an issue because it's written everywhere in the rule and in the guidance. The second thing, whether the initial risk assessment is a full green light for operations and all that, that's why we said it's an initial or preliminary. Okay, maybe we could have used a different word in there, but the important thing is the bullet points you have there. You have to identify the elements and what are the main risks. We want to have an idea of that information because it's important for us to know the complexity of your organization, okay? And the same with the interfaces. Maybe the interfaces, you will have to do a full review and decide all the detailed interfaces, but we want to know at least the main ones. I mean, if you are a maintenance organization and you have relationship with a CAMO, with the manufacturer for instructions for continuing airworthiness, we want to know that you have identified that and who are those organizations, okay? So it's not the full detail, this will come later. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Frank Wiegold, Lufthansa Systems. I have a question regarding the compliance monitoring internally. So you have presented the terminology, present, suitable, operational, effective. As you certainly know, many companies have already started their implementation projects quite a while ago, maybe also establishing compliance plans not using this terminology. My question is, do you expect this very terminology to be used? Or can it be different? Or would it create confusion on authority side if those 4 implementation states are not mentioned, for example, in an internal audit report? Thank you.
Okay, in principle, the idea of having this checklist is to make the system simple. And the assessment tool, I mean, the tool being developed is also aligned with that. And you can switch it.
Yeah, you can switch between both of them. So our recommendation is that you use the table and those levels. And if you have other levels defined in the organization, establish the correspondence because we need to know whether you are at the present suitable and ready to start operating based on that checklist. So if you have a different assessment based on maturity models or whatever, try to make the correspondence there because it will be easier for us.
If I may add, legally speaking, you have to comply with the regulation. And if you remember one of the first slides that one showed with the initial compliance threshold and the operational compliance threshold. So what we have tried to put in place with the maturity level and present suitable and operational and effective is to make a gradual implementation paths for organizations that are starting from zero, from scratch. Clearly, we have organizations that are already more advanced, and probably they find themselves somewhere between above the initial compliance threshold, but still below the full one because ISO 27000, for instance, doesn't cover everything. So this has been a way to show a pragmatic approach towards compliance without penalizing organizations that are starting from scratch, because otherwise they should have started the day the regulations were published, and today they can say we are operational. And this is not exactly what we wanted to achieve.
Johan, my question is about the phase 2. Have you decided about the dates for the start and finish of phase 2 time frame?
So we have not decided yet, and every authority will. The idea is that the audit itself, whether it is remote or is physical, the authority has flexibility to integrate it into the oversight cycle, maybe merging with other oversight activities. As I said, it doesn't make sense to delay it for 2 years or 3 years after applicability date, but 3 months, 6 months could be reasonable. And each authority will take the decisions to tell the organization when they want to do the audits. Mario? You can come here.
So the idea is the idea of the pragmatic approach, because as Juan Anton said, we try to avoid to make additional audits, because you know that we have authority requirements, which also narrows us that we have to audit each requirement every 2 years or every cycle, which means if we do all the audits right after the applicability date, in the next time for the operational, we will get the next wave. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So our idea is, and we do a smart planning, that after the applicability date, we will trigger our management system audits, and then we will integrate them.
Are you going to combine the audit?
Yeah, it is planned to combine it, but it depends, because if your ISMS is totally independent from your safety management system, which I don't hope, which I don't hope, but we also can get, let's say, these group SMS, so with these common responsible persons. To be honest, it depends on the organizational setup. If it makes sense, and if the safety management systems or it's integrated in the management system of the organization, then yes. If it is totally independent, if you can outsource everything with the common responsible person. If you tell me, yes, we have, let's say, an organization, like a group organization, which is dealing with all the ISMS, then we will audit only the interfaces. Yeah? So this issue it depends on your organization. We try to avoid much additional audit activities or oversight activities. That's why we had this flexibility. It's for you, and it's for us to get these things being done flexible. It does not mean that we say, okay, my next management system audit, we will postpone it to the end of the oversight cycle. Yeah, so I get more time. It's not the case. You have seen the bullet points, and the bullet points are mainly those bullet points you have to reach during the ISMM review and the ISMM approval. There are only very few bullet points which are only for the audit. Yeah, the issue is most of the things you get during the sense, but those which are to see that you are working on, like it was one way example. If you haven't trained all your staff, yeah, at the management system approval, but they can see a training plan, fine. Yeah, in the audit after 6 months, 9 months, whatever it is, then we do it. Okay.
One more question. You said you're going to combine the audits. So audits combined with the DOA cycle with SMS, ISMS all together in one audit?
We are not responsible as national for DOA, but nevertheless, we try to combine them. We have started to combine audits for CAMO and the AOCs, but this is something we do in Austro Control. And for those, we do the ISMS. So it depends on your organizational structure. If it makes sense to combine it, we combine it.
DOAs are under DOAs are under the responsibility of EASA, so we are going to plan them according to the oversight cycle. It's up to the team dealing with DOAs, and they will try to coordinate with the POA colleagues, because POA colleagues are also.
Juan, we take care of moving the microphones around, so we need your expertise here at the lectern. So,
Ode Werner Graf, Lufthansa City. I have another question to Mario. Does the checklist contain only regulatory text or AMC text as well?
So the checklist was developed. I mean, the one you saw on the slides, the checklist was developed based on the rules. Okay, now, obviously, when we check compliance, if we have AMC material and guidance material, we will try to follow it unless you propose something alternative. So, okay. But the questions are based on the general requirements.
Yeah. And
Internal audit,
yeah.
You have to respect the AMC as well.
No, this is okay. But this tool, this beta test tool, what I presented, has at the moment now the requirements. But as I said, you can edit it. So if you want to put some AMC materials in, you can do it. It's free. Yeah. It's just a copy-paste action if you need AMC materials. If you want to check AMC materials in your compliance monitoring, just do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
so we have time for 1 or 2 questions. So,
I would like to complement the question that the question maybe I think you already question about the organizations that are already running an SMS, and you have to combine or maybe develop a matrix in order to set the present suitable, operating, and effective. As I mentioned to you, the guidance material is for authority as well. So it seems, or it's supposed that authority has enough information to know the requirements or the maturity that you have to achieve at a present and suitable. It is supposed that the authority should know what is expected to be compliant at that present and suitable. We don't need, if you have in your documents to set, we are present in here, we are suitable in here, and whatever. Yes, it's helpful for us because it will facilitate our work, but it's not needed.
okay, we have the last 2 questions. I saw one hand from that area. Yeah, please. And then from the middle. And
Can I ask a question, please?
okay, please go ahead.
It was a great presentation, by the way. I have one question regarding competency and trustworthiness. As was revealed yesterday, we don't really have much information on training or competency required, but also how are you proposing that we assess trustworthiness?
David, would you like to answer how to address trustworthiness in 1 minute?
In fact, I was a bit shocked by the question. I think it's a philosophical question here because the aviation system is based on trust. No? We issue approvals, and there is an oversight system. Once all the requirements that an organization has to comply with are assessed by the authority, then there is a certain level of trust that allows us to enjoy, I would say, this framework that we have created. That's the basic trust we have in aviation. Otherwise, it's going to be the jungle, and everyone should have to check everything, restarting from scratch each and every time has to interact with another organization. This is the philosophical answer to your question. Otherwise, if you do not trust who has verifies the basic, say, the threshold for trustworthiness, you can do your homework if you want and ask for more evidences. And trust is based on verification of what, say, walk the talk. So what the organization has promised to do, has committed to do, is done, and then you trust it. Or are we talking about other trusts? Because there might be many facets of trust, and we expend the whole day.
Let's
Thank you.
Juan add something. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to complement that. So, I mean, basically what we would expect is you are going to evaluate what are your systems, your interfaces, your risks, and all that, and the critical elements in the organizations and the assets. And depending on which elements and the criticality of those elements, you will have to decide how many controls you want to put in order not to have a risk there, or how much trust you want from the people who have access to that system. So at the end, it's a combination. The trust you have in the people and the checks you have done on the people and the number of controls that you put for a particular critical system. If you don't check the background of the people, then you have to put huge amount of controls if those people are going to access a critical system. If you have a simple system, you don't need so much control. So we expect that the trust that you require is somewhere in the middle between I trust everybody, I don't trust anybody. So that's something depending on the criticality of the systems and the access they have.
Thank you. We have the very last question from here, from the middle.
There was a question before from there.
So I have a question about a very complex organization, Collins Aerospace. We have 60 approved organizations across multiple countries and multiple competent authorities. The answer before, so all of those organizations receive information security support from one other organization, so they have an interface document. Will that interface be audited 60 times, or will it be audited by competent authority? How can we minimize the number of audits on the exact same system?
This is something we cannot discuss now in 2 minutes. It's something that we will have to discuss with your organization, and knowing which are the organizations, what approvals they have, where they are located, and what is the structure that you propose, and who are the responsible persons, and where they are located, and to whom they are reporting. So this is something we will have to discuss with you and your organizations, but we cannot make.
Do we need all competent authorities at that discussion, or can we start the discussion with you and then add?
I mean, if you have organizations under EASA approval, which I know for sure we have many, you will start the discussion with us, and with the national authorities, it's up to you. But at least with us, we need to have the discussion.
This is one of the hot topics that we discuss in the Part IS task force. We are really aware that some organizations have multiple certificates across different member states. So as I show you, close coordination is needed in order to avoid duplication workload, and so on, in the organization and in the authorities as well.
Yeah. Thank you. So very last question, and then do you have a microphone? No. Okay, it's coming.
Thanks a million. It's probably an overlap question with regards to competency, trustworthiness. Normally what you see in guidance material or in the document, it'll say competence of staff involved in continuing awareness activities or initial awareness activities. This wording seems to just say staff, and I'm just wondering how we draw a line somewhere where I'm not responsible for the competency and trustworthiness of, do I need to include everyone now in my cyber department, my IT department, my physical access to, so the security guy at the door? Is that now all coming under? Because they do have an impact, but previously competence was related to those people directly involved in tasks related to the activity.
Okay, so we will have to review each case, but in principle, at least we want to make sure that the nominated persons, the managers, and the key people responsible for the main tasks, they are competent to do it. So, I mean, every single person in the organization, of course, they will have to have some competence for the task they do, but this is up to your processes and to your procedures. I mean, we are not going to check every single person of the organization at the beginning, but I am talking for us. I mean, the national authorities may have a different opinion, so and depends on how deep they want to do the audits.
Yeah, I just wanted to complement that in the workshop of last year, we have spent a session on personal requirements, trustworthiness level. So since the recording is available, probably there you could find material. If not, I apologize. Maybe we can meet later.
Okay, thank you. We are 7 minutes past the hour, which means that our coffee break is shorter by 7 minutes. We break here for coffee and we resume at 11:30. Thank you. So if you please take place, we carry on with the agenda. We have a very interesting session now on the interplay between the different cybersecurity regulation and their impact in aviation. I give the floor to Vasilis, who will moderate the session because it will also require some technology magic. Over to you, Vasilis.
Hello, everyone. Again, thank you, Andrea, for this introduction. Indeed, it requires a little bit more of moderation, but other than that, there's not much to say today on my side. We have some, let's say, people from the Commission and the task force to actually go into more details about this topic. But first of all, let me say a few things. I'm very pleased to introduce this topic of our workshop, which actually concerns the comparison of cybersecurity requirements of EU rules with applicability on certain types of aviation organizations. This is a complex issue and requires an interdisciplinary approach in order to be dealt with. And the composition of today's session actually aims in doing exactly so. Today, in this session, we have the opportunity to have representatives from EU Commission DG Move, DG Connect, as well as task force leaders from the Aviation Cybersecurity subgroup of the NIS Cooperation Group. And in this group, we are currently working in producing a guidance document that will outline best practices for utilizing already existing mechanisms under one regulatory framework for the benefit of satisfying requirements of another. Having said that, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to José del Carmen, who is connected online. the colleague from DG Move, in order to provide us with an overview of this activity, as well as its main objectives. I don't know if Jose, you are connecting. I see he's connecting now, so I can use this opportunity to introduce Jose. Jose is a policy officer working in DG Move on transport security and cybersecurity strategies. He has more than 14 years of experience in public administration, and he previously led the AVSEC technology and cybersecurity departments at the Spanish Civil Aviation Authority, where he coordinated national cybersecurity efforts and developed threat detection policies. He has a master's degree in cybersecurity and aeronautical engineering and a degree in aerospace engineering, and his background combines technical expertise with strategic policy development and a strong focus on international cooperation and regulatory innovation. Jose, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Vasilis, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to join today to this important workshop and to have the opportunity to present the work carried out by the European Commission Aviation Cybersecurity Subgroup. I speak to you on behalf of DG Move, and my colleague from DG Connect is connected as well. So maybe Vasilis, as it will be a shared presentation, it's okay to you to present my colleague as well. And
exactly, Jose. Thank you. Yes, as it is a shared presentation, then I will introduce Yuso now. So first of all, thank you, Yuso, for being also today online with us. Yuso is a policy officer working in the European Commission, the Cybersecurity and Digital Privacy Policy Unit of DG Connect. His areas of responsibility include the implementation of the NIS2 directive and other files related to the cybersecurity of critical sectors. Prior to joining the unit in 2023, he worked as at the Directorates General for Informatics, DG Digit, and for Neighborhood and Enlargement, which is the DG NEAR. Yuso holds a master's degree in European Politics and Governance Studies and an MA degree in International Relations. Good to have you, Yuso.
Thank you very much for inviting. So from our side, we indeed have a shared presentation. Would you like us to share it ourselves, or you have it here on the screen? Perfect. Well, for our side, thank you very much again for the invitation to this workshop. Apologies for not being able to join you in person, but we'll be glad to join for this session online from Brussels. So indeed, this Aviation Cybersecurity Subgroup, it is a joint endeavor between DG Move and DG Connect of the Commission, and also with great support from EASA and from ENISA. I think we can go to the next slide to start with the background for this. So here for some regulatory context, on the screen you can see a recital from the NIS2 directive. As you know, the NIS2 directive is a horizontal framework for organizational cybersecurity measures to be taken by entities in critical sectors. There are 18 different sectors that fall in scope of the NIS2 directive, and one of these is transports, and then as a subsector of that we have air transports. This means that in the NIS2 framework, it's important to ensure that there is good cooperation between authorities at national level and then also at the European level. And this is something we will come back to later. Special attention in this context is also paid to aviation acquis. So here is NIS2, AVSEC, and safety all interplay together. There is a special mention of the regulations of 2008 and of 2018, and the emphasis is, of course, our own here about the need for competent authorities under the NIS2 directive and these regulations to cooperate in relation to the implementation of cyber risk management measures. Here, the recital also continues that compliance with one of these measures, it could be considered by the competent authorities to constitute compliance with the corresponding requirements under NIS2. Because this is recital, this is not this is not legally binding text, but it provides this possibility for member states to do so. On the next slides, we see then the rationale for organizing a group to discuss these interplays between these different rules. So because we have on the one hand the NIS2 directive, which is a horizontal framework, and then on the other hand we have aviation legislation that also addresses cybersecurity issues. It is important to discuss harmonized and effective application of these existing legal frameworks, basically to ensure coherent implementation of these horizontal and these sector-specific rules. We will discuss during this session how the work aims to clarify the obligations, avoid duplications, and enhance coordination among the competent authorities. So there, as I mentioned, DG Connect and DG Move are together behind this group. There are also separate European networks that come together in this subgroup. So in the previous slide, you saw that we encourage member states to arrange cooperation between the national competent authorities at the national level. Here at the European level, we want to do the same with this subgroup. On the cybersecurity side, so DG Connect side, so to speak, we bring NIS Cooperation Group. The NIS Cooperation Group is a network of member states that is established by the NIS2 directive to bring together the relevant national authorities to discuss the implementation of the NIS2 directive. Under the NIS Cooperation Group, you also have sectoral work streams for certain topics. So it's not the only space where we have specific experts coming together to discuss at the European level. Then on the DG Move side, in quotation marks, there is the ABSEC committee. So this brings, on the other hand, the aviation authorities to the picture. And this is how the aviation cybersecurity subgroup is constituted. So you really have authorities from member states relevant for both of these sides of the regulatory framework who come together, and this is the best way to ensure coherent implementation and this cross interaction between the authorities. With that, we can move to the next slide, and I think here is where Jose will take over.
Yes, thank you. To continue the maybe the presentation, I would like to use this time maybe to walk through the motivation behind the creation of this group, how it is organized, and what is achieved so far, and what lies ahead. So as you know, the regulatory landscape on cybersecurity at the EU has become more robust but complex at the same time. So the aviation entities are facing multiple layers of obligations. It's coming from different legislative origins, and often they are supervised by different authorities. So this evolving regulatory environment has raised a number of practical questions, as for example, which entities fall under which obligations, how do these rules interact in practice, and how can we ensure that these rules are implemented consistently on and effectively in across member states, or how can we avoid unnecessary duplication or administrative burdens. So these are precisely the question that the Aviation Cybersecurity Subgroup is trying to address. And as each regulation has been developed with a different purpose, but in practice, the three set of rules may overlap in certain requirements. In some cases, for instance, a single organization might be subject to all three regimes, such as an airport operator or an airline. And this regulatory complexity present real-world implementation challenges. as, for example, which authority is responsible for oversight, what are the difference in reporting obligations, how can the audits be better coordinated, or how cybersecurity incidents should be treated across the different regulations. So the subgroup has been created to be the coordination mechanisms to respond to these challenges. There was a clear need to avoid conflicting obligations, eliminate unnecessary duplication, and promote consistent implementation across the EU, or even address practical barriers to implementation. Next slide, please. So as my colleague Juso said, the subgroup was launched in November 2023 and it started from February 2024. It is co-chaired by DigiMove and DigiConnect with strong support from EASA and ENISA. And to ensure cross-disciplinary representation across all domains, aviation, safety, security, and cyber, the subgroup is structured around a core group of national experts. In practice, this allows for sharing of different national models, including member state authorities with a single competence, as well as those that have integrated all competence in their national framework. So the group therefore serve as a bridge between law and implementation, and with direct input from the authorities are agencies that are responsible for making cybersecurity work in practice. And the subgroup also enables direct communication between aviation and NISA authorities, which is a key element in this case, and it with the aim to help to align regulatory interpretations and share implementation practices. On the next slide, during the first meetings, the subgroup agreed on the key principles to drive the integration process of the three regulatory frameworks in the aviation sectors, which are the ones that you can see on the slide. The first one is clarify the instance of implementation that aviation stakeholders need to consider regarding the scope of regulations. Identify potential gaps or duplication of cybersecurity obligation imposed on aviation entities. Identify requirements in areas where aviation regulation can constitute compliance with the requirements of NIS2. And in parallel, we pretend to enhance coordination among authorities for the oversight of cybersecurity measures. And of course, the final user is considered in this group, and the aim of this subgroup is to support aviation entities in integrating all cybersecurity frameworks to increase efficiency and minimize unnecessary administrative or operational burdens.
Yes, here is where we come back to the NIS2 requirements. Now, because this workshop is mostly about Part IS, I wanted to make sure that there has been a little introduction also to the security measures required under the NIS2 directive. So concretely speaking, Articles 20 and 21 are of particular interest when it comes to cybersecurity risk management measures. Then for incident reporting, there's also the Article 23 mentioned. Now, in these two, the first thing to note is that top management of the entities needs to be accountable for the cybersecurity risk management measures. So this is Article 20. Basically, the management bodies of the entities need to approve the security measures, and they can also be held liable for breaches. This is one innovation of the NIS2 directive compared to the first NIS directive. And it really helps because this makes sure that the entities, they place high importance on cybersecurity risk management. Then on substance, in Article 21, the first thing again to note is that the security measures, they are risk-based. Another high-level principle here is all hazards, meaning that any type of threat to network and information systems, even a physical damage, let's say a flood or a fire, also has to be taken into account. Now, Article 21.2 lists the 10 types of security measures. So, for instance, this is risk analysis, policies on incident handling, business continuity, supply chain security, also, for instance, cyber hygiene and staff training, and so on. These are not described in a high level of detail in the directive, so it's one line per these 10 categories. And then in national transposition, member states may, if they find it necessary, further define these measures, because aviation is a sector that falls under the national transposition measures in this regard. In the box on this slide, I am referring to an implementing regulation under the NIS2 directive, which was adopted in October. This one does not address the aviation sector. The entities in scope of this implementing regulation are in the digital infrastructure, digital providers, and managed services, security services sectors. So that is a sector where those risk management measures are defined in a high level of detail in an EU-wide instrument, namely an implementing regulation. So this is something that you can see for further illustration as an example of what those risk management measures do look like for certain sectors, while bearing in mind that aviation is not in scope. Now, on a short digression on here, in fact, today, EASA is scheduled to release implementation guidance for that implementing regulation, which is mentioned in the box. So this is for your further reading and deepening your understanding of the NIS2 security measures. In any case, as I mentioned, for aviation entities, in particular, Article 21 of the NIS2 directive is a key reference for you to find what is required under the NIS2 framework. With that, we can move to the next slide.
I would like to continue maybe showing the organization of the SAC group to address the different frameworks and to develop the task. And the group is led into main task forces. As you see, the task force called 1.1 is led by Eleanor Travers from Ireland. This group map out which aviation organizations fall under the scope of different rules, and it provides clarity on definitions and terminology alignment, entity types, and oversight responsibilities, as well as some legal triggers that could subject them to each regulation. And the Task Force 2.1 and 3.1 is led by Katharina Garbe from Germany, and is focused on comparing the obligation from the three frameworks. It addresses compliance requirement, risk management obligation reporting processes, and oversight expectations. And it also identifies potential overlaps and gaps or gray zones where further clarification or support may be needed. So the work is, at the end, it's collaborative, and the progress is reported to its subgroup plenary meeting. It's important to stress that the task forces are not isolated. Rather, their efforts are complementary. So the Task Force 1 provides clarity on who is affected, and the Task Force 2.1, 3.1 is trying to provide clarity on what is required and how to comply. So the aim is to ensure that the final guidance document would be comprehensive, practical, and target to real operational needs. And in the next slide, from the outset, the group adopted a structure and time-bound approach to its work with clearly defined deliverables. And the goal has been to provide guidance in time to support national implementation and, as I said, operational readiness. So we had 8 plenary meetings between February 2024 and April 2025. And the milestones include the launch of the different task forces and the agreement on mapping methodologies. And I would like to present the especially the subgroup work. It's a document which is titled Mapping of EU Cybersecurity Rules Applicable to Aviation Sector, which is a consolidated effort by the subgroup to translate regulatory complexity and respond its practical operational clarity on how the different frameworks apply to aviation. So it does not aim to interpret legislation formally or substitute national guidance, but rather to serve as a non-binding reference document. So its purpose is at the end to help understand and implement the cyber obligation in a consistent, coherent, and non-duplicative manner. As you see in the slide, the document is structured in a modular and user-friendly format and is organized in 3 main sections. My colleagues, the leaders of the subgroup, will explain the content, but you can see the structure. There's section 1 on focuses on who is covered by what, and it helps clarify the scope. Section 2 is the core analytical part of the document and probably the most technical, and it includes a side-by-side mapping of key cybersecurity obligations. And the section 3 try to address and on how, I mean, it's the practical advice in implementing the cybersecurity requirements in a more efficient way, with a goal to reduce administrative burden or avoid duplications. The document includes some annexes as well, a set of definitions and abbreviation. It's important maybe to remark that the document does not duplicate any external resources, but it refers to them. The first edition of the document is not, this first edition is not the end, as we are still working on some complementary information. And maybe I would like to give the floor to my colleague from DigiConnect to explain the next steps.
Yes, thank you. So currently, the consolidation of the documents is ongoing. The first disclaimer to give is that the timelines that you see here are indicative. So there's no firm or binding commitments for these timelines. But to give you a heads up of what is currently being planned. So by the end of the year, the idea is that the NIST Cooperation Group would have a final version for their review. The NIST Cooperation Group adopts various kinds of non-binding reference documents that support the implementation, in particular of the NIS2 framework. So this is a well-established arena for this kind of documents that we are also speaking about here. The work of the Aviation Cybersecurity Working Group continues in parallel. So the goal is that we'll be able to conclude this exercise by the end of this year to have this mapping at the ready. And I think that already brings us to the conclusion of the slides.
I would like to mention that I hope this will not only give you a clear understanding of the work done so far, but also inspire further collaboration as we collectively work with our member states. So I would like to engage you to collaborate in this initiative. We would like to thank to all member state experts and especially to the task force leaders and we from DigiComet and DigiMove, we reaffirm our commitment to this work.
Thank you very much, Jose. Thank you very much, Yuso, for breaking down this problem. You know, we started discussing this already in the previous Part IS workshop, and now we're in the pleasant position to say that we are really mature when it comes to the preparation of this document. And as Yuso and Jose described, the timelines, we are getting there. We are in the consultation phase. And we do believe that this material will be really helpful for entities in Europe in order to utilize the material to reduce the burden that certain types of organizations have to face when complying with not only one, but with perhaps even 3 different regulatory frameworks that are applicable with regard to cybersecurity requirements in EU for aviation entities. So now that we have outlined the problem, it is the time to proceed, and actually I'm very happy to give the floor to Eleanor Travers, which is the head of the aviation security within the Irish Aviation Authority. She has been working for many years for the information security regulation for the aviation sector in Ireland. She's responsible for that, for both safety and security. This is actually within the remit of the authority. And actually, Eleanor has a wealth of experience, and we are really lucky to have her not only today with us, but also as a task force leader under one of our task forces. And I'm really happy to give her the floor. Eleanor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And indeed, thank you for the invitation to speak today. I clearly like blue. It's a real privilege to be here. I represent a group. I'm just the person who has the fortune to stand in front of you and explain what the group did. But there's a group of people behind me who've worked considerable hours and at much personal investment of their time in delivering the outcome that was the work of Task Force 1.1. So you'll forgive me, there will be a little bit of it may appear overlap with what our colleagues in the Commission have explained, but to be candid, the task force is a level below. So we're operating to try and gather the data, collaborate with the various member states and agencies to bring together the information in a way that could deliver a tool for member states in dealing with the regulation. And yes, while my introduction talks about my role in the Irish Aviation Authority, one I'm very proud of, my role here today is something I'm equally proud of because we worked very collaboratively with some challenging aspects, not least of which is that the models for these 3 pieces of legislation and how they're regulated in member states differ. So in my own case, the regulatory responsibility is, or soon will be, with one authority when it comes to aviation, but that's not the case for all. And really at the heart of our messaging from a task force point of view is no more than we'll need collaboration and input, which was Jose's call at the end of his speaking notes there. It's also collaboration and an ongoing effort to assure information security and cybersecurity across not just the aviation sector, but more widely in Europe. And if we keep our eyes on that objective, then the issues and the specific challenges can still be dealt with because there's time and there's willingness and there's an opportunity in cooperation to assure that that's all put in place, which sounds lovely, but there are also some regulatory deadlines and they have to be met. So this is the joy of the regulator. But we were trying to work in the context of the organisation that was established from an aviation subgroup perspective to make a practical way of gathering this together. There's a lot of different views, a lot of different responsibilities, but fundamentally the same objective. And I will talk to you about Task Force 1.1, and my other half, as I like to call her, my fellow chair, Katharina Garba, will talk to you about Task Force 2.1, 3.1, and how we had to work together to deliver. So just a little, I suppose, précis around the subgroup and the two task forces. I'm going to talk to you only about 1.1, which on one level, when I say it's about regulated entities and the scope and applicability, seemed very straightforward. I mean, in aviation, everybody knows who they are. Everybody knows where they sit in terms of regulation from a Part IS perspective. In an aviation security perspective, we have an identity, we have approvals, we know what we're doing. It shouldn't be that complicated. And maybe it wasn't that complicated, but what we didn't have was a tool that we felt made it easy to say, well, if I'm an air navigation service provider, where do I fit across these three elements? If I'm a known consigner, which would be an aviation security designation, does that involve me? And you could find that you're in one pillar or another pillar, or you're in all three pillars, or you're just in one pillar. And this is important because in communicating about the requirements, it means that we're trying to make sense of them and deal with some of the unique elements, perhaps, from the different regulatory backgrounds, noting that when it comes to NIS2, it is also affected by transposition, where national authorities may have other measures, and some of which may not yet be known. So we're working through a process to achieve that with the stakeholders. Those three contexts really, and I put cybersecurity at the bottom, but perhaps that's, again, there's much discussion, is it cybersecurity, is it information security? The legislation sets out what exactly these objectives are, but fundamentally they're all coming together around this objective of protecting the system, and perhaps part of them will look at the assurance of continuity. Some other aspects will look at resilience. Some other aspects will look at the security elements, which would be my particular background. And others will look from a broader, and in this context and for this audience, safety is at the heart of the conversation. And Part IS is about aviation safety. And it is really a way of including this element into the broad sweep of measures that are generally very credible industry actually deliver every day. And it has been our experience that we're dealing with it's a mature conversation. It may have been done from an information security point of view for other reasons, commercial reasons perhaps. Maybe there's national legislation that entities were involved with. But there's been a real focus and an ability to leverage existing knowledge that's out there to enhance the work we did in Task Force 1.1 to try and explain who is involved and why. So the exercise overall, and I won't go into much detail about this, is because really I was only point one, was looking at the scope and applicability, which I'll come to now in a moment. And then to bring that into a document, ultimately merging with the other work done by the other task force so that we could bring it to a place of consultation. And while the objective, if you like, our customer of this work are the member states and the authorities, so that we can communicate and collaborate around a shared understanding within these regulatory perspectives. The objective really is to get that consultation out to, should I start again? Get input from the consultation so that we have the effective feedback and the context clarified as much as possible, so there's a shared understanding of both what we're trying to do with the document and leverage the already existing information that's out there. And if I can, and not just because I'm in EASA's home place, but I wanted to just particularly compliment both EASA and EASA, who were very key contributors to the work of the task force. And indeed, we had great support from both DG Move and DG Connect as well, in guiding us in certain ways to ensure that we stayed on point and, more to the point, could actually deliver something that added value. So our task force were looking at the identification and assessment of measures applicable to the entities. And essentially this tool was going to help identify by type of entity how the various regulations would apply, and then what applied was being handled by the other task force. So this is just an example. The document itself, it runs to nearly 90 pages, so I don't want that to put you off. We do want consultation and feedback. But the idea of this was to start with an understanding of who these entities were, and we've just taken two here. There's a long list. And take across how they're handled, if you like, from an information security or cyber security perspective within these three pillars. And when you have an identity, as in this case, an airport operator or an air carrier, then how are we going to be ticking those boxes and whether you're in or out? When it comes to NIS2, there are certain thresholds that apply: numbers of employees, level of turnover. When you're under Part IS, it's defined. Similarly for aviation security, it's defined. So in some ways, that seems very straightforward. Airport operators are going to be in scope. However, when you dig a little bit beneath the surface, there are subtle and important differences, sometimes on terminology. So we wanted to make sure we all use the same terminology because, as you'll see on the screen, airport managing bodies is a term that's used in NIS2, which may not be similar or exactly the same as definitions. But we all know what we mean, yeah? And I think that's important in a guidance document, is that we give the flexibility to the operational world in which we live to make sure it delivers an understanding. But candidly, that takes a little bit of time sometimes to have that conversation and understand, is it the managing body that might be back of house and has really no operational role, or do they have a subsidiary that has an... So there's going to be conversations, and there will be, despite all the work that's been done to try and bring some clarity, there will still be some conversations on a case-by-case basis. But the broad principles and where things are common are clearly highlighted. And as is often the case, there's more of that in common than there is of difference, because the same objective has been applied irrespective of whether it came from NIS2, AVSEC or Part AS from an information security perspective, even if they're targeting different aspects. From a Part IS point of view, as I said earlier, safety. So similarly, when we come to the air carriers are really entities. And again, who issued the license or the AOC, not so relevant under some aspects, very relevant under other aspects, depending on which pillar you're looking at, and so on. And we took each entity type and we went down through the list of every entity type that could possibly exist under the various legislation to map out what we saw. And it's very simple, tick box, as you can see. I heard that mentioned earlier in terms of checklist. This is not a checklist, but it is an idea and a tool just to assure an entity, a member state who may be an authority picking up for the first time, somebody who says, I'm a known consigner, what do I have to comply with? Or I'm coming into this industry, what do I need to do? And it means that we will have some means of establishing consistency. It doesn't take away from specific cases where a state might have to take a decision or indeed might have to engage to ensure that there may be further information we can add over time, indeed, to the guidance. But for now, it's a good start, let's put it that way. And it gives a very helpful, well, I think it's a very helpful tool from a state perspective. So I'm going to leave it there and hand you over to Katharina, who will talk about Task Force 2.1, 3.1 and sum up at the end, if that's okay. Thank you very much, Katharina.
Thanks a lot, Eleanor. Just allow me to introduce them before Katharina. Katharina is working at BSI, and she's working as a policy officer since 2023. She's responsible for EU and international affairs in the Department of Cybersecurity and Aviation, and she has been one of the task force leaders of the Aviation Cybersecurity subgroup, in particular Task Force 2.1, 3.1. And I would like also to thank her a lot for her cooperation the last 1 year. It was an interesting journey, I have to say. So yeah, nothing else on my side. Katharina, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello. My name is Katarina. I'm, as you see, the task force leader. Normally, I'm working at BSI as a policy officer, but I'm here today to give you an insight in what we have done the last couple of, well, last year. We started actually last year in May with the task force. It was established in May 2024, and now, 1 year later, we have a document which is now in consultation phase, and we will get some comments back. And I'm hoping for a lot of feedback, actually, for me to restart the task force again once more, to implement all the feedback and the comments we received from the community, from the safety and security community, because it has been given out to several forums, as John mentioned before, some on European level, but also on EASA, on the advisory bodies. So let's start. Yeah, here it is. No. Yeah. So it's called Mapping of EU Cybersecurity Rules Applicable to the Aviation Sector. And this is the name of the document. It has been merged. So the results of Eleanor's group and myself have been merged to one document. It's around 80 pages. I am, as you will see, in Task Force 2.1, and the agenda I have planned for you, the little travel, I will talk a little bit about the organization, how we came to the document, then the regulatory context, task force, the outcome, and the next steps. So as Jose has mentioned before, it's all about looking into gaps in the application and comparing those requirements of the NIS with those of the provisions of PARA-S and AFSEC, and to look into redundancies, but also on conflicting obligations, if they exist. Okay, wait a second. Yeah. So as I said before, we started in May 2024. We received from EASA and the PARA-S task force, we received an Excel sheet where the requirements were already mentioned. We received the requirements of NIS, PARA-S, and AFSEC. We received also some commentary. We took this as our basic document, which we then have modified, of course. We came up with some new ideas, and we included also, which I think is very important for practicability, we included also some recommendations. This was done in a period of 6 months. After those 6 months, we started with, we call now guidance material. It has changed its name since then. It's now called a mapping exercise again, but in generally it's about guidance material for the administration, for the authorities, association, and industry. This also took us 6 months. We have now completed the document. It's around 80 pages. So we started in August. We finished in May. I think it's a good timeline. 6 months, 80 pages. I think it's a really job well done. In my task force, I had member states. I had also experts from EASA and ENISA, and I would like to thank all of them for their great work and all the commitments over this year. I know it has been a lot. I know it's a lot of documents to look into. It also for the national authorities, a lot to consider the European context, to consider national perspective. And well, we merged the document in end of May, and then since then it's got back to the DG Connect and DG Move, actually DG Move. And DG Move and EASA have since then give it to the different forums for consultation. So that's where we're standing now, and we're waiting for the feedback, for questions, for clarifications, and the forums have time to come up with those requests until the 14th of July, when we will take over again and once more go through the documents and come up maybe with some new extra recommendations. That's actually what I'm really looking for, to get more practices or best practices from industry or from member states in regards of those regulations they're facing now. Oops, sorry. Yeah. So the regulatory context, I think we've talked about it all the way. It's one directive, 2 regulations, AFSEC and PADAS. One is already out in the open, so there are already best practices existing on, especially on national level. Guidance exists, and PADAS, of course, we looked into PADAS as well. We received guidance, easy access guidance, for example, which is included in the document. We looked at the document on oversight as well. And for NIS2, we of course looked at the regulatory context, but also we looked into the implementation regulation 2690. Even though it doesn't have an aviation perspective, the annex gives you some good guidelines for the implementation of the Article 21, which is part of the whole document. Of course, in addition to that, we had a look at national guidelines. We also had a look at the way it was transposed in the other countries. And all of those material and information has been included in this document. So I would like to get into the overview of the mapping. It's three chapters. In front of it, it's general remarks, and during our discussion, it became really clear that one of the recommendations we would give is to implement, if it's not already done, or maintain an information security management system. We think it's a good first step to be able to include all the other aspects we would come now into action. This is something we highly recommended. And afterwards, we went into the Article 21, which is the one on risk management, cybersecurity risk management, which are mentioned in Article 21 of the NIS directive. Russo mentioned that it's incidents reporting, business continuity, cyber hygiene, training, etc. Also security in network and information systems. The second chapter is on reporting obligations. There we're looking into which are the competent authority which will receive the reporting. We are looking how this is transcribed to other parties. We also look into the way the notification is done. Basically, the chapter 2 is a little bit of comparison between the NIS2 requirements and those of PADAS. We give some graphics. I think it's it's a good idea, and it gives a good overview about the 2 different way of addressing reporting obligations. In regards of AFSEC, because it's not really implicitly mentioned in AFSEC, but we do know that the other member states have, of course, some reporting obligation in place. We are mentioning this as well. So we try to really look from 2 different perspectives, one from the European perspective, but also we try to include what has already been done by member states. And this was really important for us because it wouldn't make any sense to exclude them or not, The last chapter is, it's called Other Requirements. If you have a better name, I'm always up for it. In any case, it's about, especially about record keeping. How is this working out? Evidence, and the way documentation is done. This is actually one of those chapters where we see a lot of simplification which could arise and which might help decrease the administrative burden. I would like to get to the next slide. Yeah, we mentioned that before. It was all about identifying and assessing the measures which are in place and to give tools for member state or their authorities to clarify how these regulatory requirements will have to be carried out. We lay the focus on Article 21 and Article 23, but we looked also at the other requirements existing, especially from those of AFSEC. We then concluded every chapter. I think we have 22 points, around 22 points. We concluded every chapter with remarks and recommendations so that either the authority or the company facing those regulations will have some guidance on how to address those subjects. I also brought, because it might be a bit too, I also brought an example with me, which I would like to mention here. That's one on cyber hygiene. So you will have a look how it looks. That's kind of, in every chapter you have first the overview. You see the topic on the left. You see where it's in the NIS2 directive. You see Part IS and AFSEC. Afterwards, you have the remarks. And we made sure that NIS, Part IS, and AFSEC are equally mentioned in every remark, plus recommendations. Yes. So yes, happy to receive feedback and of course questions if you would like to. Can I sit down?
Yeah, you can sit down. Thanks a lot, Katarina. So basically, let me wrap this up. So first of all, as Jose said, regulations have different objectives. So no regulation can be recognized as lex specialis. Part IS cannot be recognized as lex specialis under NIS2. This ship has sailed, and actually for a very valid reason. And the reason is that the objectives are different, as discussed in Part IS. You know now very well that the objective is the impact on safety, and NIS has different objectives, which they are related to business continuity or to financial impact. So given that, we need to admit that we have to collaborate, whether we like it or not, and we do hope that we like it, at least we do, to collaborate between different authorities. It's not only the safety authority, it's also the appropriate authority, and the NIS competent authority has to collaborate within the level of the member state in order to be able to actually make use of this material that we are actually producing now as described. And Jose and Eleanor actually made a very good point about collaboration. Katarina gave us an example of the mapping elements. Indeed, when we started this exercise, we started with comparing only the requirements stemming from Article 21 of NIS2, and then we have expanded this to include not only a comparison between NIS2 and Part IS, but also AFSEC requirements. But quickly we realized that we cannot do this alone at EASA, so we have extended to the European Commission, and they have kindly accepted to support us in this. And now, the last 1 hour, you heard actually how this is going. And as we said, we are getting there. Just as a reminder of what has been discussed and you so mentioned, the document will be submitted in the NIS cooperation group in Q4 2025, in Q4 this year. After the document is submitted, it will be decided how exactly it will be distributed, and this is also a decision that will be dependent actually on the NIS cooperation group. So having said that, we have 3 minutes, and actually I think this is a very good time to take some questions if there are any, because I'm not sure if our colleagues from the Commission will be able to join us for the Q&A session that we have afterwards. So if there are any particular questions regarding the NIS2 or the AFSEC regulation, now it's a good time to ask them. Are there any questions, first of all, from the floor? Okay. Apparently, we were the presenters were very clear. I don't know if we have any question from Slido.
Okay, the question with the most thumbs up, it's how big is the gap from Part IS to NIS 2?
Okay, so for the interest of time, maybe I can take this question, and if my colleagues want to complement, they are free to do so. So basically, preliminary, because we are still in the consultation phase, we consider that the gap is not as big as initially expected, but we need to, I mean, when it comes at least to the requirements, when starting from requirements of NIS 2, comparing those requirements to Part IS, in particular regarding Article 21, we can see that many requirements are of overlapping nature. And this is actually something very good. However, we have also requirements under the Article 23, which has to do with reporting, and then we have different types of incidents under the NIS 2. As we said, the incidents are different because, for instance, if we talk about business continuity, if an air operator does not operate, of course, it has a big impact on business continuity of the air operator. So this is an incident under NIS 2. But if an aircraft is not flying, from the safety point of view, I suppose it is very safe. So I don't say that this should be the case. This is an extreme example, but it highlights the difference between what constitutes an incident and what not. This is one of the differences that we need to take into account. Yes, now I guess it's better. And then we need to consider also the differences when it comes to who you need to report what. So this is also a difference in Article 23. Also, perhaps there are some differences within the scope that has to be, of course, adjusted accordingly if needed. So basically, there are some differences, but when it comes to the actual requirements, we can see that the requirements are overlapping a lot. Pay attention that this analysis has taken place in the level of the directive, meaning that we have to wait for the NIS 2 directive to be transposed to the national law of the member states in order to be able to have really more concrete a comparison of the requirements. And to give you an example, for instance, the NIS 2 does not ask, at least in the directive level, for any ISMS. We do have in Part IS an ISMS, so of course there could be some differences also in this scope. Please.
If I may complement one thing. If you look at the requirement from a pure legal point of view, the two regulations are going in different directions. And the overlap, any lawyer will tell you, is zero. Now we are technical people, and we look at the objective, which is protection. And everything that was presented so far was made possible because we start reasoning in terms of equivalence of protection measures. So, or in aviation speak, equivalent level of safety. So, and this was at the basis of the exercise. And here is where you can see the overlap or the fact that the measures are really pointing in the same direction. And then when you will have the opportunity to go through the document, you will see that really what is asked by the different pieces of regulation is really setting a similar level of protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. I don't know if the colleagues online want to add anything. Otherwise, we can proceed in the next question.
Great presentation. Where can we get a copy of the 80-page mapping for each of those? That would be very helpful.
So that's the point. As we discussed, currently this material is in consultation phase. We cannot share it publicly with you, at least at this point in time. As I said, it is expected that in Q4 of this year, it's going to be submitted to the NIS Cooperation Group for endorsement, and then it's going to be decided how it will be published. It's something that, of course, we have to take into account the level of the information provided, to what extent this information can be considered sensitive, but we will have more information about that within the coming months about its distribution. Thank you.
We could give you a microphone for all the time. Clearly for a reasonable fee.
multiple domains, so it happens. I noticed on the team leader message for the DOA implementation, the questionnaire was asking, is AVSEC in your organization, is it applicable? And also the NIS. Now, that's just a questionnaire where I tick yes or no, but is it envisaged that the audits by the authority will look for the justification for the yes and no as part of the Part IS implementation audits? And we would have to maybe include it in our risk assessments at that stage. Would it be good to do it there rather than just on the questionnaire?
The idea behind is exactly this, that compliance with one of the 3 regulations can be credited against the other 2. And that essentially an organization may have the possibility to, I wouldn't say to choose, but to set up a set of protective measures that are fulfilling the requirements of all regulation. But there is a big caveat here, because this is an option that each and every national authority has. So this means that particularly for NIS 2, which is regulated outside the aviation environment, the competent authority, which is normally called the NIS authority for the single member state, will have to make a decision whether they have to recognize Part IS or not. I know that in some states this is the case. In some states, like Eleanor mentioned, it is the same authority having the responsibility for all 3 pieces of regulation, but also we have states where we have 3 authorities with 3 different competencies. And here, a lot of coordination will be needed. From our side, we have tried to reach out all the 3 groups of authority to raise awareness, because the interest here is not only for organization. One set of compliance will fulfill 3 regulation, but also for authorities, because if another authority is doing the job for you, maybe you can save time and resources.
So I think that there is no other question here, and I see at the time, if there is no other question, maybe we can take a last one from Slido, and then we can go for a much-awaited lunch break as I feel it.
Okay, is the AVSEC applicable for all aeronautic organizations? If yes, who's concerned? Is it mandatory? What's the link with Part IS?
Thank you, Angeliki. I think that Jose is better equipped to answer to this question. So, Jose, would you like to take this one?
Thank you very much for your question. And I think that question will be responded in this document. But not all aeronautical organizations or aviation organizations are subject to the AVSEC rules. Only those that appear in the national aviation security programs with responsibilities on aviation security. And of course, the scope of the AVSEC regulation is more focused on aviation security assets. So, of course, there is an overlap on maybe on some assets that may have pose safety risks as well. But that means that not, I would say, not all organizations will be subject to AVSEC rules. I don't know if I replied your question. If not,
So the short answer would be is applicable to essentially few categories of organization. Would you like to remind them?
Can he give an example of this kind of organization?
Yeah.
For AVSEC?
Yes, an example of organizations subject to AVSEC.
The main ones affected are airport operators and airlines, this group is essential, the biggest one, but there are other entities that are subject as well as regulated agents in cargo and consigners and maybe air navigation service providers in their competencies in aviation security according to the regulation 373. But mainly airport operators and airlines are subject to this to the aviation security regulation.
Thank you, José. I hope this clarification is what was thought. I think we can now break for lunch. Thank you, Yuzo, José. Thank you, Katarina and Eleanor. We will resume at 1400 with a Q&A session. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Better to be inside in the next 10 minutes looking at the darkness that is coming up. So we have now 45 minutes of question and answer. As we did yesterday, feel free to raise your hand and you will get a microphone, a possibility to ask questions. So also to the speakers that were on stage earlier during the morning. Who want to go first? No one? Do we have anything from Slido? We need some time. Can you share the screen? Or no? No. Okay, read it.
Yeah, for the time being, we will read the questions. So we have received some questions from Slido. I will just go ahead and start reading some of them. There is a lot of confusion around the topic if compliance with NIS 2 equals compliance with Part IS. Could you kindly clarify this black on white? Thank you.
Okay. Yes. So let's start from the angle of an aviation organization. You are an organization that is approved, holding a certificate of whatever type under an EU safety regulation. Can be maintenance organization, Part 145, CAMO, AOC, ANSP, what is flight simulator provider. All these organizations that have any other certificate must comply with Part IS, except for the derogation and the exemption that we have seen yesterday. This is a general case. For some of these organizations that are airports, airlines, and air navigation service providers that are exceeding a certain threshold in terms of number of staff or turnover, which I don't remember from the top of my mind, but it is more than 150 staff, if I am right, or 200, and more of a certain number of millions of turnover per year. They are also under the scope of NIS 2. So this means that these organizations have to comply with both frameworks. So imagine you are a large aerodrome. So you for sure have more than 150 employees. You are making a turnover of 100 million per year. You are subject to NIS 2. This is the point. Now, what we are trying to establish with the mapping that we have discussed just before lunch is a possibility to credit compliance to one framework versus another framework, because you are not relieved from complying to more than one framework. And if you are an aerodrome, as in the example I was using, you also have to comply with aviation security regulations. So you have to comply with 3 regulations. And you have to demonstrate compliance. You need to make happy 3 authorities: the safety authority for Part AS, the security authority or appropriate authority for aviation security, and the NIS authority for NIS2. We are trying to establish common grounds with the philosophy of equivalent level of protection, which is allowing you to make happy the 3 authorities by complying with only one set of rules. This is the philosophy that we are trying to adopt. I hope I am clear now. And I have also the opportunity to welcome Jesper Rasmussen as the Flight Standards Director, who will be for us for this Q&A session.
Thank you, Gian Andrea. Is there any question currently from the floor regarding either the NIS2 Part IS and AFSEC interplay or the other topics that we have discussed today? Yeah, there is one question from the floor, please.
Yeah, just a short question.
We need the microphone is coming.
Yes, very short question. I understand very well the nice objective with one, you comply with 3 regulations. When these objectives, you have to make an objective smart, so it is nearly smart with just the T time wise.
1. Okay. It depends, because for NIS, the transposition is still ongoing in the majority of EU member states. So NIS is a directive that needs to be transposed in the national legislation. So I don't know country by country where the status is. And what we have seen is that different states are defining different timelines for compliance with NIS2, depending also on their transposition date. So I know, for instance, the example of Italy, but don't take it, it's just because I followed it. So in Italy, they were able to transpose NIS2 before the date that was set in the directive that was before October 2024. This meant that the NIS authority in Italy then decided that organization in Italy have time until end of 25 to register themselves in a specific portal. And then the NIS authority will confirm whether they are subject or not to NIS2. And this will happen at the end of, in Q1 of 26. And then when you receive the confirmation, you have a certain period of time to comply with the first batch of requirements for the risk assessment, and so on and so forth. So full implementation is staggered over a period of 2.5 years. This is the case of Italy, but if you take another state where NIS2 has not been transposed yet, it is, I wouldn't say open-end, but it is unknown.
Thank you, Andrea. I will just deal with the question that we have received, but I think it was also dealt before, that the question is, can Part IS be defined as lex specialis for NIS2? for POA in line with published ISD paper. This would increase efficiency and simplify regulatory burden. Well, as discussed before, this cannot take place before actually the regulations have different objectives. As we said, Part IS is about safety, and NIS2 has objectives about business continuity and about, let's say, the financial impact. So, unfortunately, this is not the case, and this is the reason why we are working in providing this guidance to you. So I see Stefan has his hand raised. Yeah, maybe he can get the microphone.
Yeah. So
Explain more detail.
that is what we have in the ASD paper, because for POAs, the financial impact, the impact on society is negligible for POAs. The only thing from this two objectives that really would apply to POAs is safety, and Part IS is much better for managing safety because it's a dedicated rule and specific for aviation.
Yeah, this is fully understood. The paper that was issued was a position paper issued by ASD, is well known to us. Unfortunately, it was the only position paper that was issued on the topic, and it didn't make its way through the Commission's corridor, meaning that this position was noted but not acknowledged, and there couldn't be any endorsement of this position paper. Starting from legal consideration about the fact that the two framework, NIS2 and Part IS, are serving different legal objectives. And this is excluding, this is what we have been explained, the possibility of using the lex specialis provision. The only regulation that is fulfilling lex specialis for the time being is DORA regulation for the banking sector, because it was crafted after NIS2. In all other areas, this is not legally possible, or as of today. For the future, we don't know.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Stefan, for your question. Do you have any other question from the floor regarding not only NIS2 but also the oversight approach or the deliverables under the Part IS task force?
Okay, we go on with Slido.
Okay. So there is. Okay, then I'm just reading. Does the manual have to be a single book, merging everything in one file, or can it be a set of separated documents meeting Part IS requirements? This is the short answer, Andrea. Maybe.
Okay, it can have the shape you want. So it could be a single book if you find it convenient to have a single book, or it can be a collection of different procedures or even references to existing procedure. But here I want to recall what Kwan said yesterday, that the initial version of ISMM must be approved by the authority, except for the case of declared organization. This is a must, which means even if you consider the ISMM as a cross-reference table to existing procedures or processes that you have described somewhere else, this ISMM needs to be approved by the authority. So meaning that you need to show to the authority that all contents that are foreseen by ISMM are there.
Thank you. Then I guess we go with the next question that appears here on the screen. So for a Part 21 DOA and the independent system monitoring to perform internal Part IS audit, are additional cybersecurity competencies required for the ISM? I don't know if Juan, you would like to comment.
I know the colleagues from DOA and EASA are developing the detailed procedures and the detailed policy on these issues. In general, for the independent system monitoring in DOA and the compliance monitoring system for other organizations, all the competences of the staff are based on the functions they have to do. So we don't have in the rule a list of specific competences, but they have a role to play. So if they have to do compliance monitoring of the implementation of Part IS, obviously they need to know about Part IS, they need to know the details. Of course, they need to know about auditing and all that, but that's normal and is part of the current information, the internal monitoring system or the compliance monitoring system. So in principle, there will be some requirements, but there is nothing hard written in the rule. It's more based on the role of the person and the activities they are going to perform.
I think also the next is for you.
Okay, so regarding the template.
The template.
Where is it? It was there. Okay, so there was a question whether we are going to develop a template to help produce the information security management manual. Every department, depending on whether they have already guidance on the expositions, will follow a particular approach. In the case of foreign 145 organizations and CAMOS, we are already developing the material. So the user guide that you have on the website for the MOE, for the exposition, we are amending it to include the information security provisions there. As we said, this is possible integrating it in the manual or a separate manual, but the guidance will be there, the user guide will be there. And we hope to produce it for maintenance organizations around August, or somewhere there when we see also the new AMC.
Thank you, Juan. So next question is a little bit philosophical, but also practical from our point of view. How broad should the phrase potential to impact aviation safety be interpreted? Does it only touch the safety of aircraft design and operation, or go broader?
That's a very nice question. Davide, I start and then maybe I will ask for your help.
Yeah.
Or
we can all supplement. Please go ahead.
Okay. Potential impact on aviation safety. I would like to recall what Davide presented yesterday. So something that has a negative impact on aviation safety. If we talk in terms of design, something that is considered hazardous or catastrophic. If we think in terms of operations, we want to avoid accidents and major incidents, and the same for training for ANSPs, the like. So this is the understanding. So essentially, what we expect is that through your SMS, you have already identified what are your top risks, what you want to avoid for your specific organization, and then you connect them to the information security processes and assets, as Lufthansa Cargo showed us yesterday, so that you can keep this impact under control from an information security point of view. Davide, do you want to add something?
I do not have much to add because this is one of those questions that, again, can take forever. If you want to say talk philosophically, but we already provided a presentation on the first day. This impact on safety, how safety should be considered, is already part of your baggage, of your knowledge as a safety expert and in the aviation community. There are plenty of publication, industry standards. We are not asking you anything more than that. And when we talk about aviation, aircraft design, operation, or broader, well, it could be broader in the sense that it's the whole aviation ecosystem. What do you mean with operation? Are we talking the same language? Go back to the first workshop. Again, webinars, recordings are there. There we touch the point of aviation as a system of systems, touching all the points. So there are answers, but again, we are referring to well-established knowledge in aviation, nothing more than that.
Okay, so we also have the commission that wants to add something on this discussion.
Well, yeah, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hanna Geopechachkova, and I work for Director General for Mobility and Transport in the European Commission. And I'm here to support Gian Andrea and Davide in replying to this question. And why we have in those rules, why do we have this within the impact on aviation safety? It's because we always have to keep in mind that these are implementing and delegated acts to the master piece of legislation, which is EASA basic regulation. So basically you would find your answer in the higher level of the legislation, which is the EASA basic regulation. And the objective of the EASA basic regulation is actually the safety of civil aviation within the European Union. So that you really have to look there, and this is within the scope. And why it has to be limited to the aviation safety is because it's really implementing act or a delegated act that cannot cross the boundary of its main act being the EASA basic regulation. I hope I made it clearer and not more confusing for you. So I see nodding, and I believe that I think the topic is exhausted. Thank you.
No, this was an important clarification. Thank you, Hannah, for that.
Perfect. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you also, Andrea and Davide. Do we have any questions from the floor?
We continue with the slide until we see an hand raised.
Exactly. Okay. So the next one is there are not clear competency or training requirements in the rule and AMC and the GM. How will it be ensured that, for instance, auditors, internal and external, have the right qualifications? I don't know, David, if you would like to take the floor for that.
Yes, I can take this one. There are no training requirements in the rule. This is true. And there are no specific training requirements in the MC and GM. Also true, acknowledge. And I believe there won't be specific training requirements either in the rule and the AMC and GM in the future. We tend to work on competency. The way, again, there are no competency requirements in the rule. We try to tackle this point in the AMC and GM, where in the current version of MC and GM, but if I remember, it's only guidance material, we made a link between the tasks that are needed in order to implement and operate an ISMS under Part IS, and certain competencies that were coming from the NIST framework and the NICE. Then those competencies have been clearly labeled and identified, and you should open the standard and look at the competencies mentioned there in order to read what is that tag about. It is an exercise that you have to do because it would have been really complicated or too long to extract the language for each and every competence and put it together in the annex. In the coming version of the GM that we will see later, few details, the approach has slightly changed, or better, we have some integrations. The tasks and the competencies have been extended with a link to the European competency framework for information security. So now you have an European framework and the NIST that it's mainly US, although it's widely known and adopted. And we also introduced a reference to possible roles in the organization. The organization is not imposing more roles than those that are mentioned. So one not imposed by the regulation, but by the domain regulation, accountable manager, head of design, and a possibility of a CRP, and that's it. So we are not asking you to have a CISO, an information security manager. This is your decision according to the organizational structure. But in this new version of the GM, we are trying to suggest to certain organizations that want to structure themselves with certain roles, like, again, now I repeat the magic word, the CISO or the information security manager, they may want to refer to the ENISA ECSF, that is another competency framework issued by our sister agency, ENISA. Provides a description of standard description of roles that goes under certain names or titles, very well known. And again, you have to open that book, not the GM, in order to look at the competencies that are normally required for those different roles. So you cannot find everything in the GM. You need to do a bit of search beside it. It's a long answer. So I have to finish with another point. In the example, you mentioned auditors. Are you a competent authority asking this question, or are you an organization? Because if, well, you are an organization, the auditors, probably they have already their own, say, training to be auditors. And since the regulation is covering more the implementation rather than the audit, I'm afraid that we cannot provide insights in the GM about the compliance monitoring, so the auditors. If you are an authority and if you are a part of the task force, as you should be, you have received competence objectives by the members of the task force that were originally developed by EASA, the same competence objective that we use internally for develop our inspector training. And if you are an authority, you have the possibility, as said yesterday, to participate, to train the trainers, opportunities offered by EASA. So I guess for our authorities, the competence and training is widely covered because if you have to implement the competencies required to implement, as for organization, if you have to oversee, please access the material of the task force or come to us and we will help you. Hopefully I touched all the different facets of the question.
Thank you, Davide. I don't see hand raised, so apparently you have covered all the points. Next one.
Maybe I can say a few things about the next one. Could you please publish as an outcome from the workshop a file with the answers to all the questions here? As I used to do that, and it's crucial for Part IS. So basically, it's again a kind of a small spoiler for the end of this presentation. In the end of this presentation, this workshop, we will tell you that we have some FAQs, 22 for the time being, and we plan to expand these FAQs based on the questions that we have received from this workshop as well, among other things, but also from the previous workshop. So we plan to expand those questions. We have to do a little bit of work and some filtering because many questions are overlapping, as you might have understood already from those 2 days. But the idea is that we will provide an update which should be sufficient in the level of the FAQs in order for you to have some answers to your questions. Currently, we have received almost 200 questions only from Slido, without taking into account the questions that we have answered during the course of those 2 days here, taking from the floor. But I think this is the plan, so I don't know, Andrea, if you want to add anything else.
Our constraint is resources. So we will try to retrieve all the questions and the answers, but before we do that, remember that the recording of this workshop will be available on EASA website starting early next week. We will also index it by session, meaning that you can go through each and every session. And while we are trying to find a way to transcribe and publish all the answers, you can always use the recording as a proof that things have been said.
Thank you. We see no other questions from the floor, so we can continue. The next one is, if DOA gets derogation and the Part 145 using the same IT system falls out of scope in 2026, will the DOA's derogation be cancelled?
I am not sure I understood the question, because I would say if the DOA gets the derogation and Part 145 must comply ISMS because they are not eligible for derogation, this means that the ISMS, at least from a Part IS perspective, will only be limited to the maintenance organization perimeter. So it is a matter of perimeter. It's not a matter that one applicability codes the other. Then if the activities of the DOA will expand over time and the derogation won't be justified any longer, then probably the perimeter of the ISMS of the maintenance organization can be extended also to include the design organization.
Yeah, so just to complement that and to make it clear, because I think the same as Jan Andrea, the question, I don't know if it is properly written or not, but one thing important is, suppose you have an airline and this airline has a DOA and they use similar IT systems. It is still possible that the DOA gets an exemption or derogation, but the airline doesn't get it because the airline may have a significant impact on safety because they operate big number of aircraft and they have operations, and the activities they have under the DOA may be very limited. Maybe they are only designing minor changes for cabin equipment. So in that case, even if they are using similar IT systems, the risks of the organizations are not the same, and the proportionality factors that we saw yesterday are not the same. So it may be possible that we can still derogate the DOA, but we don't derogate the maintenance organization or the airline.
Okay, we can do it.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Gian Andrea. So then we don't see any other hands, so we continue with the slide for the time being. The next question is, will the information security manager be a nominated person? Which role could typically take on this as an additional role, safety manager or compliance monitoring manager? I don't know if... please.
Okay, so the information security in Part IS, there are two requirements which are very clear. The accountable manager or the head of design nominates a person responsible for information security. This is what you have there as information security manager, and nominates a person responsible for compliance monitoring for Part IS, which could be the same person already doing the compliance monitoring in the organization. This is possible. It could be the same person. Now, obviously, the competence that this person should have, if they are going to do compliance monitoring of Part IS activities, they need to know about Part IS, the same as they know about the rest of the rule. So we are going to investigate whether the person is competent to do the compliance monitoring of Part IS. So as I said, this person can also be the compliance monitoring manager existing already in the rule, or the information or the internal monitoring person. The only thing is the combination of positions with the safety manager. And probably the combination of compliance monitoring with safety manager, yes, is possible, but the information security manager is another question. So because the compliance monitoring should be in principle independent of the information security management. Information security management is an operational activity in the organization, and the compliance monitoring should be independent. So that's the...
Thank you, Juan. We have some other questions which are actually similar. I understand has been to an extent, let's say, answered. I will just go ahead and read them. If a company doesn't have an IT department nor any information security specialist, who would be the most suitable person to carry out the implementation? Just one small comment on my side before giving you the floor. We, in Part IS, we don't talk about, let's say, requirements for specific job titles for people to carry out a certain, let's say, job. We talk about competencies. How the organization decides to build those competencies, it is entirely up to the organizations. Those can be built with training, those can be built with hiring, let's say, new personnel, but actually this remains under the organization. It's an organizational decision. And yeah, having said that, I don't know if you want to complement
I think my follow-up question would be, if there is no IT department, or who is taking care of information security, or who is taking care of IT infrastructure? If it is outsourced, probably the best solution is to outsource also information security function, which is allowed by under Part IS. So every kind of outsourcing, in full or in part, is possible. Clearly, and here I'm thinking of small organizations that are relying on external suppliers for IT, for a number of service provision, including maybe connection, security, and so on. They can also allocate this function outside. Then the next question could be, but if the organization is so small and is not posing risk to themselves and the others, maybe is eligible for a derogation. And again, in this case, the supplier could help in the risk assessment that will support the derogation. So these are subsequent thoughts, having read and trying to expand the question that we have received.
Thank you, Andrea. Just also to reply on one question that we received actually quite a few times in Slido, and we just now marked it as answered. We have sent the link for the assessment tool that was presented before by Mario to the YouTube live stream, so you will able to retrieve it from the chat. We had this question a lot, Mario, so we had to address it. Okay, so
last question.
Yes. Okay, so then I guess we go with the first one. Will EASA or national CEAs provide templates or examples to help especially smaller organizations implement Part IS?
Yes, this is the plan. We can't work on everything at the same time, but we would like, and we said also yesterday after the presentation of EcoGas, that we would like to work on templates that will expedite compliance and simplify compliance demonstration tasks. Now, we have a few minutes remaining for this Q&A session. I don't know, Jesper, if you want to share any thought? Not? Okay, good. Then any other question? Otherwise, we continue. Okay. Microphone is coming.
Yes, hello. Thomas Spies from Atlas Air Service. So the ISM needs to be nominated by the accountable manager. Worries about that. But does the ISM need to be approved by the national authority as well?
Yes, ISMM needs to be approved. It is clearly said in...
The ISM, the person.
Sorry.
Okay, so you are going to nominate a number of persons in the organization, the information security manager and the compliance monitoring manager at least. Now, these positions will be part of your exposition or your information security management manual. So this is part of the structure you are proposing for the organization and will be reviewed by the authority in the first review of your implementation of Part IS, which means that we will follow normal procedures for nominate persons that we already follow, at least from EASA. The NAS, I don't know what they will be doing, but from EASA, we are going to review those persons and the qualifications. And we will be doing interviews the same as we do for any other nominated persons. Okay?
The only thing is that Form 4 has disappeared.
Yeah.
But if Form 4 was still here, information security manager would be a Form 4 person.
Thank you. Is there any other question?
Sorry? Would be Form 4 is no longer there. But if Form 4 would still be here, the information security manager would require a Form 4.
So with the interview, the competency verification, and
Exactly. So the process for accepting a nominated person
it's the same.
is the same. So now the Form 4 is no longer there. You need to nominate the person in the exposition, and the authority has to make an assessment. Okay? Good.
Okay. Any other comment or question from the floor? Okay. So then we continue if we have a few minutes. So can we clarify differing expectations? Suitable maturity 2025 versus operating 2025 versus 18 months for DOA versus 3 years announced in different forums. Juan, I don't know if you would like to take this one.
Do you want to go back to one of your slides?
No. Okay, so let's see. In the presentation, we talk about implementation levels and maturity levels. Okay, so we are talking about the implementation. Implementation of present, suitable, and ready to start operating. So what we have said is we are going to focus first on present and suitable. And we will check a couple of things to make sure that you can start operating. But we are not going to check for full operational probably until 2027 or 2028. We don't even have the guidance yet from the task force. So the operational phase is not going to be checked, again, I repeat it, until 2027 or 2028. No matter of the domain, at least for EASA. NAs will do whatever they implement in their countries. Okay? So this doesn't mean that you don't have to start operating and going up in the operational phase as we go through time. I mean, you still have to progress with time. But we are not going to check that you are fully operational probably until 2027 or 2028. So this is in line with those numbers that have been given there about possible 18 months or maybe a bit more. So this is in line with that. So first, we focus on present suitable and make sure you can start operating. This is something that we will check during the full year 2026, not by the applicability date. We will be checking, integrating it into the oversight activities. And in the meantime, you can operate normally. Is what we explained today, okay?
Thank you, Juan. I think the next question is something that you also covered before.
Yes, I think now I will ask the audience, can the same person of compliance, monitoring, safety manager be information security manager at the same time? Okay, good. There is consensus and common understanding on that. Thank you.
Excellent. So going to the next one, as task force is agreeing materials, will there be cross-recognition by authorities to reduce audit load on multinational organizations?
This is one of the objectives of the task force, to reduce workload for organizations sitting across different jurisdictions. We haven't started working on this because we had higher priorities, and you have seen what we delivered so far. But as Hortensia said this morning, this is definitely in our do list for the upcoming months because we realize that now this is extremely important, not only for audit load, is also to reduce workload on the authority side because they can take advantage of each other audits and oversight across the border. So it's a win-win.
Thank you. I think we have time only for one final question.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're gonna take the one here. Hello, would a small Part 145 organization for aircraft wheel and brakes and avionics would require to meet Part IS as we only deal with CMM data.
Okay, so so it's clear that the proportionality provisions will apply. This organization will be, it says small, so probably from the organizational point of view is simple enough. The activities they are doing are limited, but you still have to evaluate the risks, because I mean, the fact that you are only using component maintenance manual data is not the big question, is how you are using information technology. And also, for example, imagine that you are doing electronic releases, electronic for once after maintenance, and you have a system for electronic signatures. Is there a chance, or is there a possibility that somebody hacks the system and their certificates are issued by non-authorized people? Something you have to check whether it could be a risk or not. So could happen that the organization suddenly is releasing documents of components in service when the components are not in service. So this is something you have to take into account. But in principle, the proportionality aspects will apply, and we will review each case.
May I add quickly, reiterating something that has been said during this workshop? In particular, if you are a small organization, suggestion is to start from the SMS. Hopefully you have an SMS in place as a part 145 that is already enough mature, so you know more or less what are the important risks, or that you have to control, to manage. Start from that. That is a suggestion, that it may work for you.
Okay. Thank you. Will the slide be available after workshop? Yes. After the workshop, on the same web page where you have made the registration and you found the agenda, you will find the link to the YouTube recording and all the presentation. Give us beginning of next week in order to organize everything, but we plan to put everything there. And if you were not here last year or you need to brush up your knowledge, there is also the web page of the workshop of November 2024, where everything is there. Recording, YouTube, and presentations. I think it is now time to progress with our agenda. So the last intervention of the day is for Davide. Davide Martini is one of our senior experts in cybersecurity and aviation, and he has been the project manager for AMC GM original version and also for the current amendment. Davide, over to you.
So good afternoon again. And let's present to the extent possible this afternoon, with given the time allotted, the content of the GM. It cannot be exhaustive, but I will try to highlight the most important points. It is important to remind the journey that took us here. Again, very briefly, the issuance of the rule in 2022 and beginning of 2023, due to the diversity of the act, the implementing, the delegated first, implementing afterwards, with 3 years basically that have been given to the industry to prepare compliance, and to authorities, of course, to prepare compliance, and to authorities also to prepare oversight. And the fact that immediately after the publication of the regulation in July 2023, we issued acceptable means of compliance and guidance material for these two regulations, because in parallel to the discussion of the regulation at the Commission level, we had a very active rulemaking task force producing the AMC and GM. In these 3 years, we formed the task force of member states that worked, has presented very hard on the challenges, implementation challenges that have been identified through the contacts of competent authorities with their organization in the member states, and also through pilot projects that EASA and also member states have launched in their own country. So we really try to test the applicability of the rule and the MC with real organizations in real cases. And there were some outcomes from that. The task force has delivered certain guidance that have been already mentioned. And we also had some insights from the pilot projects that also took the form of FAQs or other publications. So we decided to consider, say, all of these publications, idea that we put together in a form of informal guidance during this task force activity in a more formal content. So the output of the task force, as summarized in this slide, will form or have form an input for AMC NGM. This was also one of the elements that we also discussed, the formation of the task force. It's part of our terms of reference. And in the production of the draft user guides and practices, we always had this in mind, that to produce something that could be useful, could be later used for acceptable means of compliance and guidance material. The summary, again, probably this has been presented in other shapes, of the task force deliverables is with this slide, where you have the three elements that we tackled first: the oversight aspects, the interplay with other regulation, and the ISO 27001, because if you were with us in 2023, that was the most recurring question. How do we credit it? Certification under ISO 27001, and we had a lot of exchange. So we wanted to tackle that more deeply, and I believe that was a really successful exercise of the task force with the production of the guidelines. And for what concerned the interplay, as already explained, this also scaled up at the level of the Commission, where we established a wider group, and we will have some guidance published very soon, but there is already something that we could move into the guidance material at this point in time. And finally, the oversight. The oversight produced the oversight guideline that has been widely discussed and presented, and some of the elements there could be, I would say, we decided to transfer into the guidance material, and we will see exactly what we mentioned in a couple of slides. Now, about the timing, that is important, where we are. The drafting of the new guidance did not take place as in the past through a rulemaking group. De facto, the task force was our rulemaking group, from which we extracted the different elements. So the internal activity to produce the new MC NGM, but now I'm using MCGM just the title, and we will see very soon, and I can start reducing this the title to "We only touch guidance," so don't worry. So the result of the new MCGM, where new guidance have been introduced, started internally as an editorial effort and activity, putting together the different inputs And we started in January in order to be able to provide by April material for the so-called focus consultation. So it's a notice proposed amendment that goes in a focus consultation, meaning that EASA advisory bodies have been provided with the material, member states and stakeholders from industry, and we collected comments coming from them. The comments gatherings normally takes 6 weeks, so we give time to this organization that normally are under the umbrella of associations to gather comments, put them together, and provide them in a structured format to EASA. And then we tackle each and every comment in the so-called common resolution or common adjudication. That is quite formal internally, and we have to produce certain material towards the final version of the guidance or MCNGM that is published through NED decision. This is a plan, so we are heading at publishing the guidance material by the end of July. The ED decision means that at a certain point, our executive directors come into place. So he has to go to the material, take the decision and sign it out. So that is outside my strict control. But say most of the timeline, it's under our control and I can tell you that we are on track. So hopefully that date, that deadline will be maintained, as we did for all the other deadlines in the past about Part IS. Okay, now let's talk about the content in more detail. There has been some discussion about the NIS and AFSEC regulation and harmonization activities at the EU Commission level. We can extract from that very broad discussion that also touches the requirements a couple of important elements that will form or will introduce additional material in the guidance to the articles of the Part IS, either the delegated or implementing regulation. There are certain elements of the regulation, do not forget about them, that are articles, not the annexes where you have the requirements. The articles are important, and there is guidance also for them. Then we have this core of production of a task force, Part S compliance guideline for ISO IEC 27001 certified organization or conformant organization, assessment of requests for derogation, and the oversight strategy, particularly the proportionality in the implementation of Part IS. This Part S compliance basically enters into the guidance as a complete new appendix, Appendix 4. And the previous references to ISO 27000 that were in the Appendix 2, so I mentioned already in an answer before, tasks, competence in the current Appendix 2, and reference to ISO 27000 chapters or controls. That column will disappear, so Appendix 2 will only focus on tasks and competencies, and the new Appendix 4 instead will link each and every requirement of Part IS to corresponding or non-corresponding or partially corresponding provision in ISO 27001 2022. The assessment of requests for derogation also constituted, let's say, a block that we could move rigidly in the guidance material. We had to trim here and there certain aspects that were probably more for the authorities in terms of overseeing the process, but the content that you find in the original guidance is now translated into the guidance. And finally, for the oversight strategy, We extracted the part about the so-called indicators of complexity because that allowed us to nicely bridge the existing guidance about the proportional implementation of Part IS and all the suggestions that have been made through this oversight strategy about the evidences, or the list of activities that one may want to produce or implement or perform in accordance with the so-called level of complexity for the different dimension that we mentioned, no? The degree of safety relevance, the complexity of the organizational structure, and the complexity of the ICT and systems. So also this has been more or less rigid translated, moved into the guidance. We received some comments, particularly for the derogation process and these indicators of complexity. So I would say that in the end, these two parts here will diverge slightly with respect to the original guidance produced by the task force. But of course, we have to take into account comments, and some of them, when you have 10 eyes or 28,000 task force, now we had probably 200 in the commenting period. You may have more perspective and points of view, and they're very welcome. So that there will be some integration or changes. What I can say then, instead for the ISO 27000 guidance, there were a few comments, so no particular deviation from what has been already proposed. And just to clarify again, this block, it's really coming from the task force or the extension of task force at the Commission. Now, we also thought that it would have been interesting to weave in some material that was not produced within the task force, although the task force has taken it, digested, and was a paper that we developed about the applicability of the EASA, European Competency Framework on Information Security, that I mentioned in one answer today, but was also largely presented and discussed in the previous workshop. So go to the recordings if you would like to hear more about that. So we wanted to take that paper and include it in GM for memories. No, because it would be more easily accessible. Otherwise, you have to access to the cybersecurity community. And we also created a link to that paper, the one that I mentioned. We suggested that if you would like to implement certain roles, but you're not forced to do anything like that, you may want to consult this ECSF and this adaptation to aviation for inspiration about the tasks that should be assigned to these roles and their competencies. It's another way to solve the same problem of performing what PAST IS requires. Last, and I would say, but not least, and it's very appropriate in this case, we wanted to introduce the huge activity that has been done after the publication of Part IS and the guidance material by EASA and by my friend Jean-Paul in the ICAO Trust Framework Panel. We wanted to elaborate more on the interdependency between information security and safety, and we had this chance of this international arena to discuss about that. And again, other eyes, other brains, other thoughts together came to the nice conclusion that I was able to present to you yesterday. That new bow tie, that new schematic is not a methodology. It's a way, it's a graphical representation of a thinking of this interconnection between safety and security that we wanted to move into the guidance material to create this link, direct link between that huge work done at ICAO level and Part IS, and that fits very nicely and are aligned basically. So hopefully this will bring a certain concept at ICAO level and vice versa, certain further developments there in Part IS in its application. We had a strong desire, a strong will to introduce more references to industry standards or updates, because as we have seen today, there are certain details that needs to be trimmed, particularly about the risk assessment. I have this feeling, you know, when we talk about high-level risk assessment, impact assessment, we are close to that. Unfortunately, not that close to allow us to introduce in the current guidance material references to the newly developed industry standards or reports. So to be more precise, there are activities ongoing to update EUROCAE ED 206. I'm only mentioning the EUROCAE, European side of it, but there is an equivalent RTCA that I cannot stick in my mind. On information security event management, this is in the current version of the MCGM. It's a cornerstone for the incident events and incident management reporting. There has been evolutions for the evaluation of vulnerabilities, their classification, so on and so forth, but it's still not consolidated and mature enough to be published and used in the MCGM, but it will come. We are postponing, it has been already said today, certain things will come as long as the maturity of authorities and industry implementation will increase. And in any case, operations and incident management, the nitty-gritty details of incident management will be checked later on at the operational level. The other important standard that we are waiting for is the EUROCAE ED-ISMS. Due to, I would say, also the difficulty in converging with the content on certain details, but particularly also due to the, say, publication process, industry was able to conclude, say, the activities on the core of this document. But since it's not the full document, it has been decided to publish a report. So it will be a ER-ISMS or a number. If I'm not mistaken, publication is planned by the end of the month. Is not? Depends. Mario, do you? Depends on the decision of the RTCA. Okay, depends on decision of RTCA. So our US friends. Okay, but the bottom line, it won't be referenced in this version of MCGM. You can use it, it's valid material, but we cannot use it as guidance and we cannot use it as AMC. And for us to use part of the standards as an AMC, it will take some time because we need to settle the practice, I would say, and check whether they can really be accepted as means to comply the regulation. So it will probably take 2-3 years to check their validity. So now what to expect? We have this tool called ED Decision. We issued in the past 3 ED decisions in order, these are, I would say, for the end user, probably bureaucratic details, but if you need to use them and search in the EASA website, you need to enter the proper keywords. So ED decisions. We have 3 ED decisions that are covering MC and GM for part IS, for editorial choice. We had 1 decision that is covering the articles of the part IS regulation, so the MCGM2 cover regulation. And then a decision that is covering the organization requirements, both delegated and implementing acts, and 1 decision that is covering authority requirements. We did that because we thought originally, and think it's still logical, that we may have had the need to change only GM to the cover regulation or only MCGM to the cover regulation, MCGM to the authority requirements to a certain extent, maybe diverge at a certain point. It's not the case for this new edition of the guidance in the sense that we had to touch some elements that are in the cover regulation, the famous GM2 articles. So we have to amend that decision. And also authority and organization requirements will be amended the same way. So the same material, again, proposed for AR and OR. So all the three will be touched with this new material. As always, the content for implementing delegated requirements for organization and authority requirements in terms of guidance are mostly the same. So take the content, divide by 3, and read only one of them. You will get all the information you need. So don't be scared by the amount of pages. Similarly to the cover regulation, we had to cover the different articles in implementing in delegated regulation, but we are repeating things 2 or 3 times, depending to the article. Oh yeah, this is what we will cover. Important note for sailors in the sea of Part IS. You have to follow the regulation first. That is the primary signal that you have to follow. And that is unfortunately mandatory. Whatever is written there is mandatory. Then you may decide to follow a route, a path. And this is MC. It's a suggested route, suggested path. It's not mandatory. But it has been proven to be acceptable by EASA and maybe by most of the competent authorities you have to deal with. And then is guidance material. So we may explain there in certain limited details that say are appropriate for the editorial cut of our publication, how you may want to do things or how you should. Sometimes you also use the should do things because this might be best practices or well-known practices, and they shouldn't then end up, say, with, let's say, unexpected results. But it's not mandatory material. So if we update guidance materials, we are not touching the rule. We are not posing additional requirements to you. We are trying to provide you with more insights and hopefully solve some of the questions, answer some of the questions, or put on paper some of the answers that have been already given in the previous workshop or in this workshop. And now, what will be changed? So Article 4, the extent of equivalence between Part IS and AFSEC regulation. In this guidance material, we have clarified one important thing, that the equivalence is there. Very clear for AFSEC. It's also clear for the NIS, but there is this aspect of evaluating the equivalence of the different provision for each and every one. But the scope is also important. So if your AFSEC provision applies to a certain scope, you're not automatically extending this compliance to the scope that falls under Part IS or is supposed to fall under Part IS without doing nothing. So an example, well, this is already a slide that is summarizing the provisions that allow you to pass from one regulation to another. It has also been presented in the previous workshop. So you have from Part IS to AFSEC clear requirements or provision to do so, and also from Regulation 2015-1998, the AFSEC, the 0.17.5 that allows the appropriate authority to consider compliance to Part IS as compliance to AFSEC, but it's not the EASA decision, is not CA decision, is appropriate authority decision. And in Part IS, we have this regulation, the Article 4541 or 51, depending on the act, that points to NIS2, no equivalence clearly stated in the NIS2. This is why the question mark, and it was object of discussion of today, no? And the nice work done with the Commission. But the example is about the scope. It's a bread and butter example. So you may see yourself fitting with this or consider it simple, but it's just to communicate the concept here. If you are an organization, an airport operator, for instance, that includes in the perimeter of AFSEC all of that elements in blue, and then you have other things that you are dealing with that are more related to safety. So part IS, like weight and balance data, runway lighting control system, safety training database, external reporting system. Okay, the external reporting system, you know, it's a provision that you have to comply with in any case, 230 reporting requirements, even if there is equivalence for the rest. But you have to demonstrate that you are extending the measures that have been implemented under the AFSEC to the systems that are relevant for safety. So the weight and balance, the runway lighting, the safety training database, in order to effectively be in the remit of this equivalence. So you cannot just show the paper. That's the point. You need to do some activity. That's important point. It was not, to repeat it, it was not in the purpose of the objective of the regulator to lift anyone from ensuring that security controls are implemented for safety relevant items. It was the objective of the regulator, the Commission, to lift certain burdens to organizations that already complies to other regulation by extending this measure to other assets. So it's not a paper tiger, what we're asking is resilience. Competent authority for Part IS. We have a provisions that allows member states to assign the competence for oversight Part IS to another authority that is already competent in the member state. For information security, cybersecurity, in one or more domains. When talking about this provision, in our mind, come up this idea of the cybersecurity or information security authority or center in member states that decided to create one of them. The member state, the ministry, the government, all the decision makers may decide to assign through this provision in Part IS the competence of oversight to that authority. Having said that, we or the Commission through Part IS cannot imply Part IS applicability to these organizations. It's outside our remit, so Part IS does not apply. Is an uneven playing field, so not a level playing field in this case? We don't think so, because these authorities are probably already binded by other requirements, by other checks that have been established at national level for them to deal with information security within their organization. So we don't think that we are, let's say, providing member states the possibility to assign this competence without controlling information security aspects. OR 200, so introduction of the ICAO element in the 200. Like we said, it was a very important point, and it has been already largely presented. I don't think I have to spend more words on this, besides repeating that this is not a risk assessment methodology. It's a depiction of a schematic, of an idea, sometimes where words, say, can help us. Image can do, so it's an image is worth 1,000 words, no? Sometimes. This is one of the cases. This image can help understanding the concept. And then we have the proportionality element that is recalled by OR 200 delta. Beside this, the 200 delta that it's mentioning relation to process, procedure, roles, responsibility, and their nature and complexity. We have also to recall the Article 1 of the regulation and the relevant GM, that is calling back the basic regulation. That is always important to have in mind. While taking measures under this regulation, affected entities, irrespective of their size, are encouraged to take into account the principle of proportionality of aviation safety risks. So the OR 200D is referring more to this organizational complexity aspect. The Article 1 more on the degree of safety relevance. Putting everything together under the GM, this new GM suggests aspects of safety relevance and complexity as drivers for a proportionate implementation of the ISMS under Part IS. We all have to comply to all requirements, but the level of evidence or the level of effort associated with this compliance may be different with respect to these three indicators of complexity, as Mario presented, very well presented. And this is complemented, this GM is complemented by the Appendix 5, a new Appendix 5 where we had a bit more editorial space to include the list of activities that are coming from the task force document. So again, to recall the three main elements, and there is a wider space between the first and the second and the third. Position of the organization in the functional chain. This is the degree of safety relevance indicator or indicator of degree of safety relevance. And complexity of the organizational structure and hierarchies, one indicator of complexity of the organization, and complexity of information and communication technology, the second indicator of complexity of the organization. Each one with its own influence and suggested list of activities. When we list things, it's always non-exhaustive and guidance. Now, for what concerns the position, the degree of safety relevance, I know it's a challenging concept here, but we refer to the functional chain. Let me try to dissect this. Are you one of the organization in the operational chain delivering, say, information services that are consumed by other immediately and affect flights, affect air traffic? If yes, it means that you are in the horizontal part, no, of the functional chain, and the closer you are to the aircraft flying and the air traffic management, the more degree of safety relevance should represent you. So it should represent your safety relevance. If you are providing services to organizations that are in the operational chain, and maybe you also hold an approval, but you're not directly working in this operational chain, probably the degree of safety relevance is lower. We are talking about qualitative evaluation. So maybe in the future we'll be able to be quantitative, but in this case, it's qualitative. And the only way we had to somehow represent it is this functional chain. This is the reason of why we refer to this image and this reasoning. And now derogation 200E. It has been already covered by the existing GM, but through the work of the task force, we were able to introduce an idea of what evidence should be collected in order to present this derogation case to competent authorities. This idea of maybe it's better to perform a preliminary evaluation in different forms. It could be a self-assessment formula. It could be a form prepared by the competent authority. Here we left degree of freedom to competent authorities and also to our colleagues in EASA that perform oversight to decide the format. But that should be a pre-assessment in order to reduce the flooding of requests of derogation when that are clearly not acceptable. And then there is a suggestion of what the competent authority will typically check. The way it's written is not for competent authorities in this case, though this was one of the difficulty of the porting, because we have written it for the competent authorities, but that is material for organization in the GM. So we say, you should expect these checks. And there is also another important clarification of what happens after the derogation has been granted. For me, this last part is common sense, but it's better to be safe than sorry. So all the points that you should continue to consider and follow are repeated there. Then we made a few editorial changes to R210, nothing that you should really be concerned about. So really editorial. And regarding the 240 G, what is G? I don't remember. Golf. Sufficient and competent personnel shall be available. Competent personnel. It is exactly what I mentioned before in my answer to the question. So, to repeat this briefly, the Appendix 2 main task statement from Part IS and the link between the tasks and competency framework now has been extended to the EU ECF, not the EASA ECSF. Sorry for this acronym, it's a different thing. These are the competencies that have been described, produced at the European Commission level in order to describe, in general, IT competencies, but also information security competencies within this IT competencies. So now you have an European competency framework and the NIST. The role-based competency framework has also been introduced by mentioning possible roles and linking to the Appendix 6 that will contain an adaptation or proposed of adaptation of the NISA ECSF to aviation. This document is already available in our community for a couple of years or more, so nothing really new, but we wanted, like I said, to establish this formal link. The ECSF in particular proposes a number of roles, and we have identified, say, the shadow of these roles can also be affecting us. So we believe that implementing Part IS in a well-structured organization or an organization that has a certain complexity, organizational complexity. So now I can talk about it because we have the indicator of complexity. You may want to have someone that, beside the name, act as a chief information security officer, act as a legal policy and compliance officer. Compliance, translates one-to-one. A person that might be the cybersecurity risk manager, so the one that is performing the risk assessment. And then you may have the auditor. So under the compliance office, you have the auditor. And then you may have the responder. So those that are dealing with event management, incident management. You may, like I said, you may. In case you want to have one of these roles, refer to the ECSF because there is a very interesting material that can be used. Record keeping, with an explanation about the approval received. Let's see what happens after the comments adjudication, because there is still an open point on this. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention. No, it was quite demanding, this presentation, and all the information contained there. Is there any time for questions? Okay.
We have 1 minute for question, if there is any. Oh, we have one hand raised there.
Thank you, Oliver Langer of Lufthansa City. Have I understood you right that the AMC doesn't need an ALTMOC alternative means of compliance in case of not following the AMC?
Okay.
They are trained in air operations, air crew, continuing airworthiness, and so on, to follow the AMC or to provide for an alternative means of compliance, which needs the prior approval from the competent authority.
There's no difference. In fact, so the act of proposing a different way to comply to the rule is the ALTMOC itself that has to be discussed with the authority. If you do not want to propose an alternative way, you follow the MC, and this is, at least for EASA, accepted. But maybe one can integrate the
means of compliance.
When we were developing Part IS, at the beginning, we were going to write something about ALMOCs. Eventually, it was dropped because every existing rule has a different way to treat ALMOCs. Okay? So you follow whatever your implementing rule, the existing one, this dictates. So if you are under Regulation 965 for operations, whatever it says on ALMOCs applies to Part IS for them. If you follow Part 145, the same, whatever Part 145 says. For some domains, maybe there is nothing about ALMOCs, so Part IS doesn't follow ALMOCs. So in any case, AMC material is an acceptable means of compliance, and you can propose something else, but follow the existing rule.
Okay, so in case of air operations, air crew, and continuing airworthiness, they have to provide for an alternative means of compliance in case of not following the AMC. Thank you.
Yeah. Following the process specific for the approval that you hold.
I learned something new. Thank you, Juan. I remember the point that was dropped now.
What about if you hold many licenses like CAMO, like MRO, like ATO, and you only want to have one ISMS?
Okay. This is, I guess, yeah, another question. So you may want to go for a common responsible person. In this case, this is an option. Probably it can also be shared between these different approvals without the formal need of CRP, but then you need to have all the nomination and delegation inside. So you can copy paste the same ISMS and apply it.
Okay, last two questions.
Just a quick question on one of the diagrams, so the evolution of the bow tie diagram, where you have the link between the two, so from the safety output into the information security input. I'm a bit lost there, so maybe if you can explain that link, maybe it'll be better. If you want to go back to the slide again, please, it'll be beneficial.
I don't know if we really have time to do that, but that was the first day presentation. So maybe you have two options. You can review now after the couple of days of information that you received. You may catch more by reviewing the video of the first day. And second, consult also the ICAO manual on aviation information security, doc 10-240, that is available. 204, sorry. 204, that is available on the ICAO website, because there are more explanations and elements that may help you understanding the whole context from which it's coming from.
Okay, thank you.
There is one last question. Yeah, thank you for raising your hand.
Sorry, I have a question on derogations. There's been a lot of very excited people about derogations and stuff like that, but the wording of the regulation and what you put up there says you have to have no potential impact on aviation safety. Yet there's been discussions with regard to derogations for things like borescope companies. Yet anyone who produces Form 1 will have an impact on aviation safety. So could you give an example of the type of organization that you think might get a derogation? Because I'm finding it very difficult to see what organization will not have an impact on aviation safety at all, because there's no low risk or anything, it just says no.
Okay, I will pass this to Juan Anton. Just consider that in the guidance material, there's already something written. Yes, consult the current guidance material. If you stretch your imagination, everything can have an impact on safety, but we are not going that direction. Please, Juan.
Okay, so as short as possible. So obviously, risk zero probably doesn't exist. Even if you are manufacturing carpets, somebody could hack your flammability data and you may certify something that is not appropriate. Now, is somebody trying to create damage? Is going to target an organization designing carpets to mess with the flammability data with the hope that in 10 years there is a fire and something happens? Probably not. So they have many ways to do further damage and much earlier. So I would suggest to follow a pragmatic approach. And if the risks are low enough, focus first on the high risks, focus on the big risks, and don't be afraid about granting some derogations, okay? We will learn with time. And remember, it's not a derogation forever. It's a derogation for a period of time. And on top of that, even if you derogate, you can still investigate certain aspects linked to information security based on the safety rules. So you can still investigate those items even if you don't have an ISMS.
Thank you, Juan. We have to close here. We need to also respect the agenda of Jesper. So Jesper, if you want to have some closing remarks, then we can conclude with some more technical conclusion. Jesper, over to you.
Thank you very much. And I had the opportunity to listen to the Q&A session here lately. And I find it extremely interesting. Thanks for your engagement. Looking at Part IS a bit from the helicopter. I guess we all in the room and on the screen can agree that we need to protect ourselves against cyber risk, also for the sake of safety. I think that's beyond discussion. I guess many of you, most of you already are doing that today, no matter what we call the animal. We have decided in Europe to call this protection, formalize it, and call it Part IS. And that's what we are here together discussing today, to protect ourselves in a kind of frame, so we all do the same. And since aviation is a system, we need all to do it, so the bad guys cannot get in through a back door somewhere. Part IS, as it clearly transpired in the discussion, is a journey. We have seen it from the sister, the SMS, starting 10, 15 years ago. It takes time. We need to progress. We need to move forward. Rome was not built in one day, and neither is Part IS. So we have clearly signaled today from the EASA side that we want to be proportionate. We want to be pragmatic, but we also insist that things are moving ahead. Perhaps your IMS system is not fully working after the day of applicability, but then I'm sure you have a plan on how to get there. Perhaps your post holders and their competences are not fully to the level that you would expect, and perhaps your competent authority will inspect, but you will probably have a plan on how to train and how to get there. And that is basically what we want to see. We have been together today, 250 people on site, and on top, around 800 on the screen. This just demonstrates the interest for this topic, and I hope it has been rewarding for you to join the discussions. We have tried with this workshop to accommodate your questions, and sometimes we end up in a dilemma. As some of the questions indicated, yes, there may be a need for additional guidance, for additional Q&A. But I also sense in some corners, oh my God, now the material, as explained by Gian Andrea and Davide, is so overwhelming, so we get lost. So how do we balance between these two things? We try to strike a balance, because there will always be a need for additional explanations. But at a certain point, we also need to compile things and say, okay, this is what we can deliver. Now go on with yourself, open the dialogue with your competent authority, and find out the rest. So this is a balance, and we will never be able to satisfy all. If we go fully to the one extreme and load you with additional material, there is an increased risk that you get lost. I hope altogether that this workshop has been worth the investment of coming here 2 days or joining the screen for 2 days. I understand that this is really top of mind for many organizations now. Applicability is kicking in for some of the domains already in October. The rest are coming in February. So it's now the preparation work needs to be done. So I hope it has been very fruitful, and we're looking back for your feedback after the workshop, so we can see if we have done a proper job, and there is always room for improvement. We know that in our safety work. So please provide us with the feedback so we can do it even better next time. I hope you have enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Well, just before we conclude the session, I would like to draw some conclusion from a technical point of view for the first from these 2 days. I think the first agreed conclusion is that Part IS is safety regulation, which requires collaboration between information security and safety function. So once again, collaboration becomes a key word for successful implementation. Same to see what is required for proportional implementation. So there are many aspects to consider. It is possible to have a proportional implementation. We need to make use of the available guidance in order to achieve that. Regarding guidance, my recommendation is make use of the community. And go on the slide on the community, please. All the material is there. We have created the community as open channel and repository of information for everything that we publish. So not only the documents that you have seen over these 2 days, but also announcement, information. There are posts. If there is something that is of interest for you, is there. If you're not already registered, join this community. It's free of charge. You will get not so many notifications, once a week, not more. The other important thing, which is also a repetition of last year, is important to start. So start small, start low, but start. And we could perceive this year that the level of discussion was higher than last year because many of you have started to put their hands into the matter. So, as Jesper said, there is a point where you need to stop reading the books or the guidance and you need to do things by yourself. Start drafting your ISMM, start drafting your risk assessment, because this will also be the reality check whether you're understanding what you're doing is correct. It's also important to remind that all guidance shown, whatever we have presented to you, is non-binding. So this is something that will help in the implementation, but all the binding requirements are contained in the regulation. All the other things are to help and support the authorities. And particularly, we are trying also to streamline the compliance burden for organization and the compliance checking for authorities. I would like to thank all of you for the very high level of integration. So we received 285 questions via Slido. We managed to answer 60, plus all the answers that were raised just here live. We didn't count them, but 20, 30, something like this. So can we say we are in the lower range of 100 question answer? So this also recalls, if we have to transcribe all of them, will be quite a job. Now we have some questions for you. We need to get your feedback. We are opening a poll. Yeah. On good coming. So the first question is, I don't know it by heart. I don't see it. Okay, please tell us what type of organization you represent. So yeah, there are all the type of organization, so we can get a breakout of your attendance in order to understand how the audience was composed. There will be further questions that will come over the time. While you answer this question, I would like to start thanking everyone involved in this workshop. In first place, I want to thank all presenters that enriched the discussion in these 2 days by sharing their experience and their knowledge. They really did a very great job. I would like to thank all my team, Jerry, Angeliki, Cyril, Davide, and not to forget Jean-Paul, for having delivered very good presentation, for having organized everything. I would also like to thank the other 2 colleagues of the conflict zone side of our team, who allowed me to be present here for these 2 days. Also for conflict zones, these are quite hot days, and there are a lot of activities going on, and they took over in a very well manner. I would like to thank Nelly, who supported us for the organization, particularly all the registration and administrative work. Excellent job done. Thank you very much, Nelly. And last, I would like to thank Vasilis. Vasilis is the youngest in our team. He accepted to jump in the cold water, accepting the responsibility of organizing the workshop, and he did very well. I have to say that in the meantime, he also found the time to get married and to go on honeymoon. And in spite of that, he did very well. So thank you very much and well done, Vasilis. With this, I would like to conclude these 2 days of plenary. We continue now with the meet the expert session. So they will start at 1600, so in 12 minutes in the same rooms as yesterday. So you have received your confirmation of appointment and you can proceed to there. There is coffee in the room and all other are here available. Thank you very much for being with us and safe journey home.